So let me see if I can hunt it out. I must admit I'm a bit more focused on the prelims rather than the early prelims because this hasn't gone to plan tonight, of course. So we're still in the process of setting a few things up. Let me change this over. Hello, hello, hello. Hopefully we're coming through loud and clear. Hopefully everything is okay. But yeah, as we said, we should be all good and set up and ready to rock and roll for the prelims. If I can get this Quinlan Barlow fight up, then we will cover this. But a big night tonight. Really looking forward to that main card. Volkanovski taking on Topuria. What a banging fight that is going to be. Volkanovski, of course, regarded as one of the best MMA fighters in the world right now. Certainly regarded as the best featherweight by many, and he is going to be defending his Featherweight Championship tonight, taking on Ilja Topuria. In our co-main event, we've also got Whittaker taking on Paulo Costa. We've got Jeff Neal against Ian Gary. That's going to get people talking. Ian Gary, obviously a very divisive figure. There's plenty of opinions doing the rounds when it comes to Ian Gary. We've got Davashvili taking on Henry Cejudo, which is pretty sick. We've got Hernandez against Hopalov, Amanda Lemos against Mackenzie Dern. I mean, it is a stacked card tonight. Really looking forward to it. Gutted that we couldn't start at the time we were hoping to start at. We were hoping to start about an hour and a half ago, but as we said, there was just literally no internet whatsoever. Winter coats, just a little bit chilly, a bit rainy. I don't think the weather's played havoc with the internet. I don't think it's that, but there is a bit of a chill in the air. It's a bit of a chill. Days, add the numbers to the fights so we know what fight we're on. Dude, yes, but let's just try and get things sorted first. That is so far down the priority list at the moment. I mean, right now we are live, we are streaming. That is a big dub. This, I didn't think for pretty much the past 2 hours, I didn't think we would be streaming at all. So the fact that we're even here and that we're going to be able to watch the prelims and go into the main card is a big dub. What I'm trying to do now is see if I can get the fight that's on at the moment. But right now it's just having a little bit of trouble with that. So I think I might be asking a little bit too much to see if I can get onto UFC Fight Pass as well as stream at the moment, but thankfully the TV's on. That's all working. I did see that the first 2 fights went to decision, so I know that the first couple of results, we can talk about those. In fact, we've got them on screen here. So Miranda Maverick won the first fight by unanimous decision, 30-27, 30-27, 29-28. Second one was Oban Elliott winning by unanimous decision, 30-27, 30-27, 29-28. So Oban Elliott getting past Val Woodburn. So those are the 2 fights that we've had so far. The third fight that's on right now is Quinlan against Danny Barlow. I've got Barlow to win this. We're in round 1 at the moment, and I'm trying to get to Fight Pass so that we can get eyes on it. But as we said, if not, prelims will be starting on TV very soon. Good morning, lovely folks from Bali. Paddy, shout out to you. I hope you are well. Have you got any bets on said High Style Wrestling? I haven't, but no, I don't really get chance, or I don't really dabble in that world. It's not really built into my week. I would. I mean, I think we probably would be up, and we'd probably have made a bit of money, to be honest, if we had been putting bets on. So I'm not against it. I have no problem with it. It's just, to be honest, it's just non-stop. Like, literally, I just feel like I'm sleeping and then making videos or streaming, and it's just never-ending cycle. So to sit down and like put bets on and whatever, like, I just never seem to find the time to do it, or never think to do it. But I probably should, because I think we could make some money from it. But it's a gamble, innit? It's a gamble. I know as soon as I start doing that, all my bets would go completely wrong. So if you don't bet, everything goes pretty well and you go, yeah, that was good, actually. I think we pretty much called that cards. And then as soon as money's involved, it all falls apart. Joe said, who have you got in the main event? Volkanovski, mate. Do you know, I've been listening to a few of the other channels, like the prediction channels. And they've been kind of singing from the same hymn sheet. And I agree with them, to be honest. I think that had he not lost his last fight, I think he would be coming into this a lot more of a favorite. Right now, it's a pick'em, and I think that is kind of crazy, to be honest. Volkanovski is an absolutely incredible fighter. You know, he's someone that has got an amazing records in UFC, 13 wins and only the 2 defeats. And of course, those defeats come into the hand of the person that we regard as being the best in all of MMA right now, Islam Makhachev. Obviously, the first one was real close. The second fight, he obviously got finished, but that he took that on like 10 days notice. So the fact that he is now coming into this and people are like, oh, is he washed? Is it like, it's pretty crazy, isn't it? It's pretty crazy. I mean, Ilja Topuria is a fantastic fighter and he is undefeated in UFC as well. But if you look at the people that he's not faced the highest level of competition. He really is taking a big jump coming in for this fight. I like the fight. I'm not down on the fight. I'm really excited for the fight. So I don't have a problem with Ilja getting his opportunity. But I do look at it, and I think a lot of people look at it and go, well, we know what we're getting with Volkanovski. We don't know quite if Ilja hangs at this level. And so I am definitely leaning to Volkanovski. Great work rate, crazy volume, really good in the scramble, good sharp kickboxing. He's got a really, really disruptive jab. So, you know, he uses it very, very well. And that is going to be something that Ilja Topuria is going to have a big, big problem with, to be honest. Topuria, if he can really start to like get on top of Volkanovski and try and overwhelm Volkanovski, could be interesting. But Volkanovski's got that dog in him. I mean, like trying to overwhelm Volkanovski is like trying to cork a volcano. I mean, I'll believe it when I see it. Certainly at featherweight, I'll believe it when I see it. I mean, you know, we saw him in the fights against Max Holloway. This is a guy that just keeps going, keeps working, like keeps throwing in kicks and strikes and can go down to the ground. He's got really powerful wrestling. I'm still fully aboard the Volkanovski hype train. If he is washed, if it is done, then, well, okay, so be it. He'll still go down as one of the greatest, but I can't judge that off his last fight that he took on like 10 days notice. You know, he took it on 10 days notice. It was his last fight against the pound for pound king, Islam Makhachev. So for me, I'm very much still on board the hype train. In regards to the co-main event, I'm with Robert Whittaker. Whittaker against Costa should be an absolutely fantastic fight. What I want to see in that, actually, is I want to see Costa go back to being the dog that he was. I mean, he was a wrecking machine back in the early days. You know, he's got a record of 6-2, but people forget like how he was running through people. He was certainly someone to be feared, but he faced adversity. I think he met a few challenges that he could not overcome, and it seems to have really knocked him about. I don't know if he's made his money. I don't know. I know he's got other ventures. I know that he is distracted, but very inactive, Costa. Very, very inactive, and I think that's really like counted against him. Robert Whittaker, if you want to talk about someone on a potential decline, well, Robert Whittaker certainly is showing the signs of that. So there's maybe a few questions around Whittaker's durability. So, you know, there's maybe a few question marks around that. But I think Whittaker will still have enough to get past Costa. But it's going to be very interesting. This card is absolutely stacked from top to bottom. It looks really, really good. So those two fights, I think, are really good. Ian Gary, I mean, where the hell do you start with Ian Gary? I mean, he has been the talk of the MMA world. He's taken on Jeff Neal. Obviously, Ian Gary wearing that Jeff Neal mugshot shirt. And this fight obviously was meant to happen a while ago. It got postponed. Here we are with it now. I don't know that Jeff Neal is going to be able to beat Ian Gary. I think Ian Gary is too dangerous of a striker. I think he's got too much for Jeff Neal, but I would love for Jeff Neal to win. I think a lot of people would. We got 7 minutes till we get to these prelims. We are in round 2 of this fight. I wonder if we can just get that on screen. There we go. Have we got... Oh, yeah, the stats are up as well. But yeah, it looks like we're still just struggling to connect to Fight Pass. That's why I'm a little bit distracted, because I was just trying to get this going. But as we said, TV's on, so we can go to the prelims at the very least. With those 3 judging, it's going to likely be a split. I can definitely see some very questionable decision making here. It's got me worried for Volkanovski by decision bets, says A. Jobson. Hey Jobson, hope you're well. Hope everyone's well. James said, I absolutely hate Twitter, especially with the mentally challenged idiots. Imagine saying Bray's death is a work and a storyline. I would just ignore him, to be honest. I think if anyone's saying that, they've got their own issues. Right, let's click on here. Fight Pass prelims is what we're after. Let's try this. What's your Cejudo Hopalov? I am... Okay, well, look, in regards to Dvalishvili against Cejudo, I am leaning towards Merab. Oh, yes, there we go. Let's go. I'm leaning towards Merab. In regards to Hernandez and Kopylov, I think that's the one that I'm really struggling with, to be honest. That's the one fight I'm really struggling with. I'm probably leaning towards Hernandez Fluffy, but that's the one that I've got the biggest doubts about. Right, okay, so we are in round... Okay, we're in round 2. There is a timeout because of a low blow at the moment. Let's turn that down. Right, so we're in round 2. We've got a low blow. I don't know how much longer we've got. I think it's about 1:20 odds. But we are in a timeout. As soon as we are... Oh, here we go. Back underway, we will be. Ref just having a word with both competitors at the moment, and we are back underway. So we got Barlow in white. We've got Quinlan in black. Quinlan just edging his way forward. Big right hand. Lovely hook shot there by Quinlan. Quinlan just backing up a little bit as Barlow jabs away. Barlow again edging forward, jab straight down the center, looking for a hook shot as well. Love that probing lead hand that he's got. Really like putting it out there, but not only is he using it with a jab, he whips in a hook as well. But only getting limited success at the moment. Quinlan covering up, knee to the midsection there by Barlow. Lovely hook shot coming in there by Quinlan. 1-2 straight down the middle by Barlow. Quinlan again backing up a little bit as Barlow continues to move forwards. Nice head movement there by Quinlan. So 50-odd seconds left in round number 2. And these two just having a little look at the moment. Ooh, Quinlan was trying to find a takedown there. Went for a double leg takedown. Wasn't successful. That was well defended by Barlow. Quinlan again backing up a little bit as knee to the midsection by Barlow. And Quinlan resets. We got a lovely straight left by Barlow. So round 1, 22-14 significant strikes. Round 2, 23-15. So certainly suggests that Barlow is winning this encounter at the moment. He definitely is looking the more alert. He's the one that's got his hands a little low, but He's looking for opportunity. Quinlan is covering up a lot more. And that is the end of round number 2. So, right, round number 3 coming up very, very soon. Let's move this out of the way. We just need to let people know that we are live. And again, apologies for the delay. There was just no internet whatsoever. I had no upload speed whatsoever. My upload speed was like 0.6. It was just basically non-existent. Download was all right. I was getting about like 20, 30 upload, non-existent. But we are here now, and it seems to be holding. Whatever the issue was, it seems to have been resolved. Bitblob, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you are well. Bitblob said, Days, happy to see you. I'm glad the internet's all right. Thank you, my friend. And we can hang out with you and watch some awesome fights. So far, it has been good. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Bitblob. I didn't get a chance to watch them because I was like turning routers off and checking my phone. At one point, I thought we were going to be streaming on my phone. Like I was going to connect my phone to my PC and use that as like a Wi-Fi router. So, I mean, I was faffing around with all that. So I didn't get a chance to see the other fights, so I can't really comment on them, other than saying they went the way I thought they would go. This one, as we said, Barlow was the pick, and he seems to be ahead here after the first 2 rounds. So he's up on significant strikes. He's coming forward with shots straight down the middle, kick to the body as well. Quinlan back against the cage. Barlow having a little look. Quinlan stepping forward, but knee there by Barlow, driving Quinlan back. Barlow staying on the outside. Lovely jab there by Quinlan. That seemed to stop Barlow right in his tracks. So we've got Quinlan coming forward. Lovely work there by Barlow, but Quinlan turning up the pressure. Oh, lovely counter shot. Oh, beautiful work by Barlow. Quinlan racing in. Oh, he goes down again. Barlow dropping Quinlan 2-3 times. Quinlan was, you can tell that they've said to, it's done. It's called. It's called. You can tell that they said to him that it was a case that you've got to go for that finish. And it's exactly what he did. Bow, bow, bow. Right. Hopefully we're good. Hopefully we're back. I'm trying something different. I'm trying something that we don't ever do, to be honest. I'm actually streaming on my phone. This is my phone now, which we never, ever, ever, ever do. I've got 3 routers in the house, and I always can find one that works, but all 3 of them are having issues. So now we're going to try and see if the phone will work. We're going to see if we can stream on the phone. But to be honest, the phone's getting not bad upload speeds. It's getting about 8 to 10, which is a hell of a lot better than what my routers are getting me. So hopefully this holds. It's certainly the best option we've got right now. But who knows, as the night goes on, perhaps we'll see some improvement in some of the others. So we're back, baby. And we are starting our prelim coverage. So we just did our last fight, concluded, round 3, finish. Right, let's see if we can change this fight over. Okay, so Zhang Ming Yang is going to be taking on Brenson Ribeiro. Ming Yang versus Ribeiro. Okay. Joe Rogan said he's fired up for the main event, so they're just talking about the main event at the moment. What we can do is maybe just have a look at this next fight and see if we can find a bit of information on it. I do have some stats that we can go to. So we've just done the Quinlan Barlow fight. So we're going to go over to the next fight, which is this one. Zhang Ming Yang taking on Brenson Ribeiro. You can see at the bottom that Zhang is the favorite here. He's favorite not by loads, but minus 120. Ribeiro coming in at about plus 100s. We don't have much information here on Zhang because this is his UFC debut. Same actually with Ribeiro. It is a very weird fight this to have on this cards. This is two people making their UFC debuts. So the information we've got is obviously going to be from a regional level, but we can see that they actually have got very good output, both of them. So you can see that Zhang here 8.8 shots landed per minute compared to Brenson's 8.46. That's high output. That is really high. You can see that Zhang's got slightly better percentage of significant strikes. He also absorbs just that little bit more. So his defense is not as good. So slightly higher output, slightly lower defense. And so the reverse for Ribeiro. So I would say striking-wise, the numbers suggest they're not a million miles apart. No information down on the grounds, but we do have odds on how this next fight could finish. So we know the overall line. Odds to win by knockout plus 120 for Zhang, plus 180 for Ribeiro. Odds to win by submission plus 600 for Zhang, plus 500 for Ribeiro. Odds to win by decision plus 1100 for Zhang, plus 1200 for Ribeiro. So you can see the lines are actually quite close. The overall line is quite close. These lines are all quite close. I mean, there's not really much difference between these numbers, all things considered. So, interesting, but also weird little fight this. We got one fighter that's coming in, Ribeiro, coming in through Dana White's Contender Series. We've got Ming Yang, who's come through the road to UFC. Ming Yang as well can put himself in some really bad positions. He can be a little bit sloppy. He's a bit of a madman. He tries to get people out early, so he'll go big early. He's got a 100% finish rate, and as we said, defensively there are some holes there. He can leave himself open. He's young, he's improving, he's big as well. This is light heavyweight, and he used to be a heavyweight. Brenson Ribeiro has got big overhands. He's got crazy hook shots. He also has got a 100% finish rate. He can get down to the ground, and he can accept bottom position a bit easily, but he seems to be more educated, technical. He seems to have a little bit more ability, technical ability, but there are a few question marks around his chin as well. So I'm not a confident pick either way. I'm going to go with Zhang. He used to be a heavyweight. We know he hits hard. I think if Ribeiro can weather the early storm, then Ribeiro's got a good chance. But I think Zhang should start fast, should start quick, and he's going to be looking to catch Ribeiro. This could be a fun fight, in all fairness. It's a weird one to have on the cards, but it could be a fun fight. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Should be an interesting one, a strange one, but an interesting one. So that's our next fight. Zhang Ming Yang taking on Brendanson Ribeiro. And then after this, we've got a real hot prospect in Nakamura taking on Carlos Vera. We've got De Lima against Justin Taffer. We've got Amanda Lamas taking on Mackenzie Dern. So some really good fights coming up. And we should be getting the ring walks happening about now. So let us know in the chat which way you've gone on this. Did you go with Zhang? Did you go with Ribeiro? And as we said, it's a very strange fight to have on a pay-per-view. James said, come on, Ribeiro, a.k.a. Carlton Banks. Jobson said, even on the feet, if they stand and bang, Ribeiro could land somewhat huge, though Ming's guard with his big reach. Through Ming's guard with his big reach. Damien said, it's going to be a very interesting one. Harrison is going to make her UFC debut against Holly. Yeah, that's at 300, isn't it? Now, they did say about 300 that they were going to announce what the main event was tonight. Or I think they actually said by the end of the week, they would announce what the main event fight is. And obviously that main event of UFC 300 looks like an absolute farce, because all we keep hearing about is that they've approached people and asked them and they've turned them down. So clearly this is not a big fight that they've kept secret to, like, you know, make a big deal out of it. I think the truth is that they've been scrambling around in the background, desperately trying to find a fight that's big enough to main event UFC 300, and I just don't know that they're going to find anything. I don't know what they're going to come up with. I really don't know what they're going to be able to announce. A lot of people are saying, why don't you just announce Leon Edwards against Bilal, right? And just go with that. And just say that's the main event. And there'll be some kickback on it because people are hoping for Conor and Khabib and GSP and Brock Lesnar and John Jones and God knows who else, right? People are hoping for like one of these mega fights, but honestly, I think that ship sailed. I think we're at the point now where, like, I don't know, Leon against Bilal is kind of... It's hard to know what else that is even on the table at this point. You know, I don't know if they get... I mean, we know how Volkanovski likes to fight. If Volkanovski makes quick work of Topuria, I wonder if they'll try and get Volkanovski back in there, turned around quick. But obviously, if tonight's going to be a war, like we expect it to be, then, you know, you can rule Volkanovski out. But Volkanovski just loves fighting, just always wants fights. Give me fights, give me fights. I mean, he took the Islam Makhachev fight on like 10 days notice. So Volk is just incredible in that regard. I don't have much doubt that he would do it. It's just, would he be ready for it? Would he be able to compete for it? How much damage is he going to take tonight? Who's his opponent going to be? Can we get someone lined up that would be ready? I don't know. It's a real tricky one, man. 300. It's an absolute mess. It's a dumpster fire. Jobson said both guys are finishers of the highest order. Someone most likely is going to go down early. This is more like a 300 card than the 300 card, said Finley. It's a really, really good card tonight. The main card itself looks really, really good. This fight is weird because, as we said, it's two UFC debuts. Like, you would probably look to do this on a fight night. Like, doing it as the opening prelim is a bit strange, but they are both bangers, like very high output, and it's just going to be fun. So this one's just going to be a fun fight. I mean, I wouldn't overthink it. Zhang is the youngest fighter on the cards. 25, right? And Ribeiro is coming in with quite a healthy reach advantage, looking at about 5.5 inches. After this, we got the massive prospect that is Rinya Nakamura. Very much looking forward to seeing him in action again. He's already 2-0 in the UFC. Then we got De Lima against Justin Taffer. Should be a fun fight as well in the heavyweight division. And then, of course, our main event of the prelims, Amanda Lamas taking on Mackenzie Dern. So we've got that coming up as our main event. And then, of course, we move on to the main cards. And it is just banger after banger after banger, man. It's just brilliant fights tonight. I agree. Tonight's cards. We were moving mountains to make sure that we got to this, that we streamed this. To the point where I'm currently streaming through my phone, which is not filling me with great confidence, but is holding at the moment. Right, both guys getting their intros, and we are looking pretty good with things at the moment. Let me get over to that. We've got the stats lined up there ready. Let's get the timer ready. Jobson says, money in the bank, decent. Danny Barlow nuzzled his mounted elbow drop today. Cash me outside. Hello, Edward. Shout out to you. K-Dub says, we are live. Rivi has got Zhang by decision. Okay. Right, here we go then. About to get underway with our first fight on the prelims. First round. Okay, so we got Zhang in red. We've got Ribeiro in yellow. Zhang is standing his ground in the center. Quite a wide stance here by Ribeiro. So again, Ribeiro on the outside. Zhang in the center. Kick to the body. And outside leg kick as well. Oh, lovely jab there by Ribeiro. Zhang, again, being quite tentative. He's not been able to get anything to go in at this stage. Lovely shot down the center, though, by Ribeiro. Zhang and Ribeiro is a car crash of a matchup. Every minute is going to be a surprise that no one's been knocked out yet, said Sean. Well, already we're seeing quite a bit of output here by both of these guys. Oh. John Anik said the judges are scoring just in case their cards are needed, but not thinking their cards are going to be needed, to be honest. So at the moment, we've got 22 shots that have been thrown by Ribeiro, 15 by Zhang. Zhang already struggling a little bit, but oh, he manages to get through. Ribeiro's out. Wow! It was funny because Zhang was like having a bit of trouble with his eye, and then out of nowhere, just through these monster shots. Ribeiro got clipped. I wonder if he did that to just lull him into a false sense of security. I wonder if that was part of the plan. Because I was like, oh, he's struggling a bit here. And then, the old, oh, hang on. I didn't see exactly what it was that he got him with. But it's a straight... Oh, it's that, innit? It's the right. So it's a straight left, and then there's this right. So he jabs him, but it's that right hand right off the dome. Right off the dome. That absolutely stuns him, and then a left hook sends him down. So it's a left straight. There's a right hook. There's a left hook. And down he goes. And then hammer fists, but he was already out by the time he had gone down, Ribeiro. So Zhang getting that first round finish, and that is why they started off the prelims. I mean, it was a striker's delight. 30 shots thrown by Ribeiro, 24 thrown by Zhang. That was good, man. I liked the rubbing of the eyes, and then bang, straight in with a straight hook. Lovely. Jobson said, this is the fight that no one should bet on. There's just too much unknown and unreliability. Days, where are your family from, as you look Polish? And I didn't see this time. I will stop asking. For England, mate. I'm not aware of any Polish ancestry. By knockouts. So Zhang getting his hand raised. Weird pay-per-view fight, but a fun pay-per-view fight. Knockout, 1 minute 41 in round 1. Great placement on the card to get the ESPN watchers hyped. A barn burner. I did like John Anik's line of saying we do have the judges score in this just in case. So Zhang has now finished all of his wins in the first round. That is 17 first round stoppages for him. All first round finishes. My lords, Ming Yang just knocked Ribeiro out. What a finish. Randy Brown said, good God. Robbie Fox said the Mountain Tiger starched him. Terrence McKinney said, I knew he was a killer when he had no emotion during Buffer's intro. Mike's MMA picks and Dan Urban just talking about the knockdown. Adam Martin said Ming Yang with the KO. Amy Kaplan says, oh my God, hashtag UFC 298. Yeah, man. Very good. I mean, it didn't really show us a great deal. We know that he puts people away early. We know he's got a 100% finish rate. We know that he leaves himself open. We know that he's young and that he's improving. But he has definitely got a very special finishing ability. And it'll be interesting to see if he can carry that up against tougher opponents. So Rogan is in there interviewing him at the moment, and we are just seeing the finish again. Yeah, beautiful. Very accurate. Yeah, very, very accurate. Landing all 3 shots. Straight left. Lovely right hand. Love the hook as well. Very good. Very good. Saw that potentially happening with 2 untested first round finishes. You might as well flip a coin. If Zhang is able to do that to Ribeiro, imagine what he could have done to Bruno Lopez. Alex, he's just called out Alex Pereira, the champ. He said, if you've just watched this fight and you're interested in me. Do you know what? I don't know how I feel about that. That would be pretty fun. What if Alex Pereira was like, go on then, kids. That was an impressive knockout. Let's see how you do against the champ. And we just do it. That would be a very WWE thing to do, wouldn't it? That would be a very WWE thing to do. Forget the rankings. Go on. You've had it. You've made your debut. You've got a knockout in round 1. Have a shot at the title. Yeah, amazing. Dr. Butt-Toot, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support, and people are benefiting from Dr. Butt-Toot's very kind generosity. Hope you are well. Hope you are enjoying the action. What little action we've managed to see so far. Obviously, we're probably going to have to wait a little bit, but that's all right because we've got plenty of things to talk about, what with us starting a little bit delayed. But yeah, Volkanovski against Topuria. That is our main event tonight. It is for the Featherweight Championship. Volkanovski, of course, coming in off that loss. And I think that has kind of coloured people's impression, if you will, of how this fight is going to go. I think that if it wasn't for that, we would definitely be looking at Volkanovski being a firm favorite, a decent favorite. Ilja Topuria is 6-0. He's got incredible boxing. He likes to stand and bang, and he's got multiple first round finishes. He's also a very intelligent grappler. He's got good Muay Thai with heavy combo shots. He is a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt as well. Looks for takedowns. He's got really good footwork. He doesn't throw a variety of kicks, though. I would say his kicks are quite limited. They're effective, but I would say they're quite limited. But yeah, I mean, look, he is someone that is going to definitely ask questions of Volkanovski, but Volkanovski's been in there with the absolute best that the sport has got. You know, he's been in there with Max Holloway. He's been in there with Islam Makhachev. It's, I think, difficult to see what Ilja Topuria can bring that Volkanovski has not already seen. So for me, Volk is the easy pick. Surprised that it is pick'em. I'm surprised it's level. I feel like there's good money to be made here on Volk. It's one of those where afterwards, I think if it goes the way I think it's going to go, I think a lot of people will be like, oh yeah, that's Volkanovski at featherweight. I forgot that he was able to do this at featherweight. I forgot he was this good because of the fact that he's just been through those Islam fights, and you're talking about the best in the world. I think he is pound for pound number one, or is number two behind John Jones. But Volkanovski, as we said, is right there with them. So yeah, I've got Volka. I feel pretty comfortable with it, to be honest. I don't feel like it's a massive gamble, even though that's a pick'em fight. I think what we'll do is ask the question. I'm really interested to know if I'm like completely out on this. I'm really interested to know if I've just got the complete wrong read. So we'll ask the question and see what you lot think. Who leaves as featherweight champion? Is it going to be Volkanovski, or is it going to be Ilja Topuria? And we'll see what you lot think. So poll is up in the chat right now. Poll is up in the chat. Days, I finished watching Biography Legends Bret Hart. It's good stuff. Have you seen them? No, I haven't. Damien said, what is your early prediction for Brandon Moreno, Royval 2 next week and the main events? It's a tricky one, man, because Brandon Moreno, I just worry a little bit about him. I worry that he is not the fighter that he was. We say that, like, you know, every time you're in a war, it takes a little bit away from you. You kind of give a little bit of yourself. And Brandon Moreno has been in wars. So I'm a little bit worried that he's not the fighter that he was anymore. I'm a little bit worried that just too much has been like took out of him. So I'm looking at him. Normally, I would say he gets the win. He faced Brandon Royval back in 2020 and got a first round finish. But that was his last fight before going on those epic fights with Davison Figueiredo. So, you know, the first Davison fight went 5 rounds and was a decision. The second one, he got a win, but it was a war up until that point, getting the win in round 3. Then he got a 5-round loss against Davison Figueiredo. Then it was a 3rd-round fight against Kai Kara France. Then it was a 3rd-round victory against Davison Figueiredo. And once we'd got past that Davison Figueiredo feuds, he obviously goes up against Pantoja and then loses by split decision. Now, there's no shame in that. Pantoja's a fantastic fighter, but I don't think people were expecting Brandon to lose that fight. I wasn't expecting him to lose that fight. We thought it would be a challenge and a task. But considering he was coming off wins against Kai Kara France, it's a good win, and a win over Davison Figueiredo, good win. Him going up against Pantoja kind of felt like he should be able to get through that, but there was moments in that fight where I just started to worry that he had been through too much and that maybe it was starting to have an effect. So he's 30, which isn't that old, but as we said, you know, there's quite a few miles on the clock. He's already had about 15 UFC fights, 9 wins, 4 losses, 2 draws. It's a tricky one. I think I'm leaning Brandon Moreno, but I've got that massive concern. I've got that big concern that actually now, like, too much has been took out of him. So his last fight, though, what I will say is his last fight was back in July of last year. So he's had a fair bit of time to, like, you know, recover, get himself sorted. So, because he's been on quite a tear. You know, his fight with Brandon Royval was at the end of 2021, right? So really, 2022, 2023, in that kind of 2-year periods, we've done the whole Davison-Figueiredo feud, and we've done the Pantoja match, and we've done the Kaikara France fight, and he's also been out of the octagon for about 6 months. So, you know, we've fitted a lot of stuff into a very short period of time. And, you know, I think that this break that he's had, not that it's much of a break, but this break that he's had, hopefully that is going to mean that he's in a better place. So leaning Brandon Royval, but big concerns about the amount of damage that he has taken. Defcon Prime, shout out to you, said if he attacks the nipple, Ilya Topuria will win. Defcon Prime, shout out to you. I'm not sure that's an official MMA maneuver, but it's one that would be very interesting to see. Edward said, Days, do you think Paddy Pimblett can win a title in UFC? I really like him, but he lacks something. I don't know what, but Leon is my favourite. I'm struggling to see Paddy get that far, to be honest. I think that Paddy is someone that takes a bit too much punishment. I mean, pretty much every fight that we've seen Paddy in, he is having to come back from being on the back foot. Like, we don't see him really, like, on the front foot and dominate him. His fight against Tony Ferguson was maybe the best example of him applying himself and keeping the pressure on and keeping an opponent controlled. But we know that Tony is just completely washed. He's completely washed. I mean, it's kind of Tony Ferguson in name, right? So I don't know what we can get out of that last fight, but I really like. Well, I don't like Paddy Pimblett, but I really like analyzing Paddy Pimblett. I really enjoy watching him and watching his fights because he is this hype train that a lot of people are believing in. Like your casual MMA fans are believing that he can go on and win a title. But yeah, if you actually do watch his fights and have watched all of his fights, that you're right, there is something that's missing. And for me, I think what's missing is the fact that he puts himself in bad positions too often, and then he has to fight his way back out of those bad positions rather than going in there and asserting himself, applying himself, and, you know, being on the front foot and then, you know, going on to get the victory. He tends to have to come from behind. So I don't know how you change that, to be honest. I don't know if he's just a bit of a slow starter. I don't know if it's that. I don't know if it takes him around to kind of get into fights, but clearly as he's going to be climbing up the rankings and clearly as he's going to be progressing in his career, that's going to become more and more and more of an issue as he continues to make that climb. So yeah, I love watching and analyzing him. I'm not a huge fan of him. I think he does quite a bit that can easily turn people against him, right? So I'm not like a massive fan of him, but he is definitely someone that I think is very interesting to watch in UFC at the moment. UFC, it needs its characters. You know, it's a sport that's crying out for people to make some noise, and it's crying out for people to do something. I mean, Volkanovski turned up to the press conference dressed as an old man, and everyone was absolutely like loving that because it's a bit of personality in a sport which at times can like struggle with a lack of personality. Everyone wants that next Conor, but that next Conor has not shown itself. You know, that the next Conor McGregor, that fantastic talker that comes out with like witty lines that just shoots people down and like are memeable and whatever. Like, it's just not around. So instead, you have like Volkanovski dressing up as an old man, or you have Sean Strickland like coming out with his political takes. So, you know, you've got all that kind of, or again, Colby Covington coming out with his political takes. You know, these are probably the loudest people. These are the people that make the most noise in the current MMA world. But it's undeniable that Paddy is also a character. So there's definitely a place for him. He definitely has grabbed attention. I do applaud that. The UFC definitely needs its characters. But yeah, I can't say that personally I'm like the biggest Paddy Pimblett fan, but you know, he got a win against Tony Ferguson. A win's a win. He moves on, but I think as he climbs that ladder, it's only going to get harder and harder and harder, and those openings that he presents are only going to get more and more exploited. Okay, Nakamura against Vera. This next fight coming up. Right, Amanda Lamas, Mackenzie Dern. That's our main event of the prelims. Moldy Spoon, hello. Have you got Costa or Whittaker, says Jean. I've got Whittaker. It's a difficult one because Costa's very inactive, so really don't know as to what we're going to get out of Costa. Costa is someone that used to be a wrecking machine, and add in the fact that Whittaker's on a bit of a decline, and I think there's a real concern there that Whittaker's on his way down. Costa, we don't quite know where he is, right? If you go back a few years, I've no doubt Whittaker destroys Costa, no doubt whatsoever. And so I've still got Whittaker just edging this fight, but it really might not go that way because we just don't know what to expect out of Costa. His inactivity is pretty crazy, to be honest. In fact, we can jump over and just have a look at his recent records. UFC 298. He is someone that, you know, there was a lot of hype around, and then the wheels just fell off. That's how it feels. And I think he's gone and got a little bit distracted, and he's just not in as great a place anymore. So, I mean, this is mental. It's mental. I'll show you his record, right? I'm on Tapology. So let's change this over to Tapology. Should be that one. There we go. So here is this is Costa's records. So you can see here that he beat Uriah Hall and he beat Yoel Romero, but that is back in 2018 and 2019, right? So those two wins. Then his first loss is the fight against Israel Adesanya. He didn't look good in that fight. That was in September of 2020, and he lost in the second round, right? That really is a massive turning point. That's 2020, okay? We are in 2024. So since that loss to Israel Adesanya, he's fought twice. That's it. We've seen him twice. We saw him once in 2021 against Marvin Vettori, where he lost by unanimous decision, which I must admit, he did better than I thought. I really thought Vettori was going to finish him and put him away. So the fact that that went to a decision, I must admit, was better than I expected. But even so, a loss. And then a win against Luke Rockholds in 2022. I mean, what can you take from that? So, yeah, he beats Luke Rockhold by unanimous decision in 2022. And as we said, here we are now in 2024. And now he's taking on Whittaker, who, granted, you know, is definitely getting on now. You know, Whittaker's 33. Whittaker is someone that obviously was the former champion. And Izzy took the belt from him. But Whittaker, he's been a lot more active. So if we look at 2020, Whittaker beats Darren Till. In 2020, he also beats Jared Cannonier. 2021, he beats Kelvin Gastelum. Then in 2022, early 2022, he gets his rematch with Israel Adesanya, ends up losing that by unanimous decision, right? So disappointing. But then then he gets a win. I thought that win against Vettori was really good. I really rate Marvin Vettori. I really like him. So the fact that Whittaker was able to get a victory over him, and as we just saw, Costa around the same time lost to Marvin Vettori. I know it doesn't work that way. I know you can't say, oh, he beat him and he lost to him. Like MMA math, it doesn't quite work that way. But it is still true that around the same time, they both fought Marvin Vettori. One of them beat him and one of them lost, right? And I don't think there is any shame whatsoever in losing to Dricus du Plessis, the current champion in last year, 2023. Right? I don't think there's any shame in that. But the question is going to be, you know, where is Costa? Where is Costa? Where is his ability? And there's just not much of a recent sample size to really get much of a gauge. So for me, I'm looking at Whittaker. Leaning Whittaker. Costa could absolutely go in there and pick up the win. But the odds, I think, are about right. Maybe a little wide. It's got Whittaker at minus 220. I'd probably have that a little closer to like minus 160. And it's got Costa at plus 180. And I'd have that a little closer, as we said. So yeah, really interesting. Really interesting. I've got Whittaker, but I don't have great confidence in it. So I've got Volk in the main event. I've got Whittaker in the co-main event. I'm hoping for Jeff Neal, but it'll probably be Ian Gary. I've got Merab over Cejudo. And the one fight that I'm really struggling with is the Hernandez against Kopylov fight. That one I'm really struggling to make a call on. This one, no problem here whatsoever. Nakamura against Carlos Vera. Nakamura coming in as a minus 850 favorite, should be able to get the victory here. So here we go then, about to get underway. Nakamura against Vera. Carlos Vera is making his UFC debut, and we are underway. Lovely kick coming in there by Nakamura. Nakamura again in the center, a couple of jabs as Carlos Vera is just staying out of range. Lovely little kick there by Carlos Vera, but a takedown by Nakamura. Nakamura all over Carlos Vera. Yeah, this is good work though by Vera. He's managed to grab a hold of one of the legs. Oh, Nakamura might be in a little bit of trouble here. He's got to get out of this, because this could become a bad situation really quickly. But at the moment, his leg, it looks like it's almost out, but Carlos Vera still got a hold of it. Carlos again round the back though. Nakamura, but down on the ground. We're scrambling around at the moment. Really interesting. Little contest this. So down in the center of the octagon, we got Nakamura over by the side of Carlos Vera. Carlos Vera, he's got his shoulders down. He's on his back. Nakamura standing over the top of him, but struggling to... Oh, he did well there. Struggling to get past the legs of Vera. But now Nakamura just raining down some big shots. Heavy bombs coming down here by Nakamura. Carlos Vera again trying to get his legs in the way. Nakamura is trying to get them out of the way, and at the moment and again he's managed to catch his leg. So Vera doing a really good job of just tangling up those legs, frustrating Nakamura. Nakamura not able to really make much progress. As soon as a limb is presented, Carlos Vera is grabbing it. He'll grab your leg, he'll grab your arm, he'll frustrate you. And right now, Nakamura just trying to rain down these shots. It's Nakamura that's in control. It's Nakamura that's definitely winning the fight. But it's also Nakamura that's not being able to really dictate the fight in the way that I think he would like to. Vera down on the ground. Nakamura standing over him at the moment. And again, big bomb raining down. He manages to get past the guards. But, yeah, he's having to use up a lot of energy as well. He's got his knee right in the face of Vera. He's in side control at the moment. Vera, though, continuing to try and grab a hold of the arm. Nakamura inside control. He's got Vera down at the moment. So at the moment, he's keeping him grounded. He's trying to grab a hold of the arm, but Vera trying to get to his knees, trying to find a way of getting back up to his feet. Nakamura is all over him at the moment. So he's done well to keep on top of him, and get some shots off. He's definitely ahead 9 significant strikes to 3. And it's just scrappy. It's just messy. Vera's making it messy. But Nakamura in the guard at the moment, chest to chest. Vera still down on the ground. And right now, Nakamura is doing an excellent job of keeping Vera grounded. He's been in top position for just over 3 minutes. 3 minutes, 3 seconds. Lovely shot coming down there by Nakamura. And again, still in that full guard. We're right in the center of the octagon as well. We're not over by the side of the cage. Nakamura keeping Vera down. Yeah, this is, he's just trying to, like, go about his work. He's in half guard now. If he could get, like, a crucifix, that would be useful. I think he is looking for it, to be honest, but a good adjustment there by Vera, not allowing that crucifix to be applied. He's just making it really, really awkward. His kicks coming in there by Carlos Vera. Nakamura again trying to... We're right in the center. He's trying to find a way of getting some ground and pound going. And it looks like he is getting some shots into the side of the body, side of the head. He's had to work so hard in this round. He's had a proper workout. Both have, actually. Shots raining down, and there we go. End of the round. Clearly a Nakamura round. Clearly a Nakamura round, but one that I think will have frustrated him as well. Who thinks that Cody is going to win at WrestleMania, says William. I do. Good opinion video I thought went up earlier. I really thought that some of the thoughts and theories that people had was interesting. So if you didn't get a chance to check that out, I still need to do a thumbnail. I haven't even had time to do a thumbnail for it. But yeah, that's on the channel. TKD background usually equals brutal beating received, says A. Jobson. James said Nakamura is going to win by mist. Mitchell said I'm 69% confident Cody wins. 69. Right, we've had 193 likes. So a big thank you to everyone. I haven't even asked. I haven't even said anything. So if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. I don't see any way we're getting to the 1,000 that we would normally look for, having technical difficulties as we did. But we'll see where we can get to. Where we are is underway with round number 2. That's where we are, as we're back on the feet, of course. And we're seeing some kicks coming in from both guys. Nakamura just edging forwards. Vera is circling round as Nakamura backs up a little bit. Lovely kick coming in. Takedown there. Nakamura standing over Vera. Shot raining down there by Nakamura. So Nakamura is all over Vera at the moment. And he's got him back down. So we're right back to where we were in the first round. Right in the center of the octagon, we've got Vera down on his back. Nakamura over the top of him. Vera grabbing arms, grabbing legs. And we've got Nakamura trying to get into like a side control. He has, and now he's throwing in some elbows. So Nakamura throwing in some elbows to the thighs. Elbow coming into the head as well. Both guys having to work really, really hard. One offensively, the other defensively. But Nakamura, as we said, side control at the moment. Vera trying to turn around Nakamura, managing to get round the back now. This could be an opening. This could be interesting. So Vera on his knees, trying to get back up to his feet. Nakamura into full guard and couldn't really make much of that opportunity. So Carlos Vera on his back. And Nakamura in full guard. We're still right in the center. It's very unusual to spend this long on the ground and be right in the center of the octagon. Shots coming in there by Vera. Shots coming into the side of the head there by Nakamura. We've got a couple of hammer fists coming in. Nakamura swinging away. Vera trying to respond as well. Shots raining down. You can see it's 14 significant strikes to 3. Control time is about 6 minutes to 0. It's clearly round 1 to Nakamura, round 2 at the moment to Nakamura as well. Nakamura still on top of Vera. We're halfway through the fight right now. And again, he is in side control. It's kind of half guard really, but he's quite high up, and at the moment, he's keeping Vera grounded. They're just kind of working away, but we're not seeing much finishing opportunity. But is there going to be an opportunity now? Rear naked choke. Nakamura gets round the back. Rear naked choke opportunity. Good defense there by Vera, though. Very, very good. Very, very good. Commentators just keep saying how this is so high level. Love the wrist control. Love the wrist control. Nakamura grabbing the wrist of Carlos Vera so he wasn't able to, like, defend himself. So he had the one hand and then the other hand throwing in these shots to the side of the head. Looking for another rear naked. He's trying to get the hooks in. So he's round the back here of Carlos Vera. He's trying to get those hooks in. But Vera is in full-on defensive duty here. Shots coming into the side of the heads. Right now, we've got Nakamura. Again, working hard. Vera trying to get back up to his feet. Looks to me like Carlos Vera is definitely feeling the pace of this. Definitely looks to me like he's struggling a lot here. Shot coming in there by Nakamura. Carlos Vera over by the side of the cage. Nakamura is on top of him at the moment, over in side control. We've got like a half guard side control. 4 minutes 20 control time in the first round. 3 minutes 46 in the second round. Dragging down Vera. Vera had managed to just get back to his feet momentarily, but he gets dragged right back down again. And it is 20-odd seconds left in this second round. He's throwing down some ground and pounds. And he's just absolutely dominated. 18 significant strikes to 5. What I will say is that Carlos Vera has done a good job of just making this as difficult as possible. But other than just trying to grab a leg, grab an arm, he's not really asked too many questions. And there we go. End of round number 2. End of the second round. I was just listening to what they were saying to Carlos Vera there. I mean, I don't know what his strategy is going to be to try and win this fight. He's 2 rounds down. He does look pretty shattered, to be honest. Definitely looks like he's feeling the effects of the fight. Got to remember, though, that Rinya Nakamura is minus 850 favourite. So he's, I think, the biggest favourite on the cards. Give me some upstairs. We've got to find a way of you spinning. So, I don't know. Is he looking for spinning elbows, spinning back fists? Didn't hear, obviously, what they said to Nakamura, but we are going into round number 3 I feel like Vera would give Damian Maia a run for his money, says A. Jobson. Right, here we go. About to get underway with the third and final round. So, Saturday, February 24th, Brandon Moreno in action, as we said earlier. Okay, so Joe Rogan said he thinks they're asking for a spin kick. So it looks like his corner definitely did want that. They did ask for him to get going with, like, the spin attacks. So Nakamura in the center, and Vera is on the outsides. We're staying on the feet quite a bit at the moment. Carlos Vera, there was the spin, but he ends up taking himself off balance. He goes down on the ground. So he really went big with that spin kick. And he threw himself off balance. He goes down to the ground. Nakamura is straight on top of him right now. And again, Nakamura is not allowing Carlos Vera to get back up to his feet. Vera on his knees again, trying to get back up, but Nakamura dragging him back down. Ah, big knee to the side of the head there by Nakamura. Carlos Vera throwing in a back elbow. He's on the ground once again, throwing out some kicks. Big shots raining down by Nakamura. Chest to chest at the moment. And yeah, this is really interesting. Really interesting because Nakamura just needs to see the timeout. What can Carlos Vera do? Is he just going to accept this? Is he just going to accept this defeat? He's got 3 minutes to try and find a way of getting back up onto his feet and then seeing if he can offer something. He's a decent boxer, Carlos Vera. He does have some striking ability, but down on the ground, he struggles. I mean, he is someone that is just, you know, going to ask questions. Could he grab something, though? He's trying to grab a leg here, Carlos Vera. So we've gone back to that strategy that we saw in the earlier rounds, but Nakamura just seems to be too good for that. So he's staying focused. He's keeping Vera grounded. He's got the one arm trapped here. That's kind of interesting. He's got the one arm trapped. But Carlos again trying to grab a hold of the leg. 2 minutes to go. I'm honestly expecting Nakamura to go the safe route. He's fighting what he knows best, but I honestly think he's got a higher chance of finishing Vera on the feet than on the ground. Shots coming in by Carlos Vera. He's managed to just tangle up the legs again. And I don't know what his strategy is here. I don't know that he's got a strategy, to be honest. I think he was just trying to frustrate Nakamura and kind of get the impression that if an opportunity presents itself, he's going to look to take it. Other than that, time is just ticking away. We're not seeing a great deal of urgency from Carlos Vera. I would say there's more urgency coming from Nakamura. And because Nakamura is bringing that urgency, it's presenting a few openings for Carlos Vera, and he seems to just be waiting for those. You know, as the shots are raining down, trying to grab a hold of the arm, see if he can do something with it. As the kicks are coming in, grabbing a leg, seeing if he can do something with it. But, yeah, we've got 50-odd seconds left to go. The crowd are quite quiet on this one. And it looks like it's going to be Nakamura. 30-27 on all the judges' scorecards. But right now, Vera is all kinds of upside down. We got 40-odd seconds left to go. So they're just showing control time. 4 minutes 20 in round 1, 4 minutes 34 in round 2, and 3 minutes 20 in round 3. But Vera getting back up to his feet, but then purposefully goes back down to the ground. And that allows Nakamura to throw in some hammer fists and get into half guards. Shots are coming in. We got about 5 seconds left to go. Shots coming into the side of the head, and it looks like it's going to be a win. A decision win for Rinya Nakamura. So Rinya Nakamura is going to be, I'm sure, the victor in this one. As we get to the end of the fight. He looks absolutely shattered, doesn't he? He looks absolutely spent. Carlos Vera definitely feeling the effects there. So a big win. I'm sure we haven't got the result yet, but a big win, I'm sure, for Rinya Nakamura, who will go now 3-0 in the UFC, 9-0 in total, and definitely someone that was frustrated in this fight, but definitely someone that looks to be a very interesting prospect in the bantamweight division. So Dr. Butt-Toots, smash that like butt on. Dr. Butt-Toot, that's so generous, my friend. Thank you so much for the support. It really is appreciated. Dr. Butt-Toot sending in some memberships for people earlier as well. Very kindly allowing people to become members of the channel, and sending in a very kind donation also. So absolutely smash that butt on. Very much appreciated, my friend. I hope you're enjoying the action tonight. As we continue to move forward, we're actually done with the first hour now of the prelims. We're just going over to the second hour. We got some really fun fights coming up, and then, of course, the main card. But we've got the decision about to come in. We're expecting this to be 30-27, 30-27, 30-27. Let's have a look, see where we are. All three judges. Yeah. So all three judges, 30-27, and it is going to be Rinya Nakamura that moves 9-0. So yeah, Dr. Butt-Toot, thank you so much for the support, my friends. I'm really pleased that you're enjoying the channel and the stream, and I'm just really pleased that we were able to get it going. And able to actually stream this evening after some horrific technical difficulties. Some of the worst that we've experienced in a while, actually. So, but gotta say, all of this for the past like an hour or so has been on my phone, and it seems to be holding quite well. I'm actually really impressed with, like, you know, touch wood, how well this is holding. We're not getting much wobble, well, any wobble. Everything seems to be quite good, so that's probably a promising sign for the rest of the evening. But yeah, Dr. Butt-Toot, really appreciate it, man. Really appreciate it. But Days, I've really been enjoying the unseen and the opinion videos. Okay, good. I'm pleased. It's cool to see the community get involved. It's a fun feeling that we all get to contribute to. Yeah, well, I'm really pleased. That's exactly what I was hoping for, you know. I want the community to be more involved, because without the community, like, the channel might as well not be here. So, because it would be me talking into a black void, wouldn't it? Be me talking into nothingness. So yeah, I mean, I've been really trying to think about how to involve the community more. We've obviously got the Community Hall of Fame that we started up as well, which I know that has been very well received. But yeah, I mean, Unseen, who could have foreseen the success of Unseen? I mean, it came out of nowhere. It came out of that CM Punk Kevin Owens clip not being shown in the UK, and now it's kind of morphed into what it's morphed into, and people are really engaged with it, and I love making them as well. I love doing them, and so if people love watching them, I love making them. I feel like the opinion videos are a bit of a work in progress. I feel like we can make them better. I feel like I love them, but I feel like we can put more bits in. Like, I think adding the match scores has been a big positive there. We put the match scores into today's, and as I was doing it, I was like, this feels good, this feels right. And being able to look at, like, you know, the best matches so far felt good. So I think I need to put the show scores in there as well, and probably need to find a way of delivering like my own score at the end or something. But I think we can definitely flesh that out. So we will see what the next one brings, which will be Monday for Raw. We'll do another one afterwards. So yeah, William, shout out to you. I'm really pleased you enjoy them. And I hope everyone's enjoying UFC this evening. We are done with the first hour. We are moving on to hour number 2 of the prelims. If you haven't left a like, as Mr. Butt-Toot has already said, hit that like butt on. And we are trying to see if we can get as close to the 1,000 as possible. Don't know that that'll be possible tonight, but it is a big show. So even though we've had our technical difficulties, even though we are definitely behind the curve, it is still a big show tonight. There is going to be a lot of people that are going to be interested in that main card in particular. So not being able to watch the prelims is a problem, and I wish we could have, but I feel like there's still going to be plenty of people around for when we get to that main card. So I don't know, we'll keep an eye on it. If you've not hit the like, do it for Mr. Butt-Toot. Right, with that being said, we've got our next fight that's coming up, which is going to be DeLima taking on Taffa in the heavyweight division. DeLima minus 150, Taffa plus 125. DeLima is explosive, aggressive, but that could also count against him in this occasion. He is got not faced a high level of competition, but he's got a good grappling advantage. He's got 1 round of cardio. His cardio is not brilliant. He is a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt with heavy hands. He's got underrated wrestling, and he's got quite a good shot variety. He's taken on Justin Taffa, who is a tank. He is a decent boxer, but can rush in. Very accurate. He's very much kill or be killed. Big power, big pressure. He's a good counter puncher. He's younger by 8 years, which is significant, and he is continuing to improve. I feel like DeLima is probably not improving at the age of 38. You know, in the heavyweight division, you can go to that age, in all fairness. And it's fine. Like, you know, heavyweights, they can go that little bit longer than other divisions. So 38 is still okay. But Taffa at 30, I think, is a very interesting prospect in the heavyweight division. Don't know what he'll achieve. I'm not saying he's a future champion, but I think that he's someone that can cause people problems. Hard to take down as well, Taffa. So he's the underdog, you know, Justin Taffa in this next fight. Plus 125 underdog, taking on DeLima, who is a minus 150 favorite. I am going with Justin Taffa. DeLima definitely has got the experience advantage, though. DeLima is 21-10. Taffa is just 7-3. So, you know, experience, age, definitely with DeLima, but Justin Taffa is going to be the pick. So I'm leaning with Taffa. You'll have to let me know in the chat which way you are leaning. In regards to our main event, we've got 334 votes for our main event tonight. Who is going to leave as the featherweight champion? Volkanovski is getting 72% of the vote. Ilja Topuria, 28% of the vote. So seems quite clear that people are quite heavily leaning towards Volkanovski, which does make me question as to why the odds are a pick'em. If everyone is like quite heavily into Volkanovski, like nearly 3/4 have gone with Volkanovski, I wonder why the odds are minus 110. It would suggest that the wider betting world doesn't quite feel the same as what we do. But I'm with you. I'm heavily leaning Volkanovski as well. But we'll have to wait and see. Maybe it is going to be Ilja Topuria's night, and a new champion could be crowned. He's an excellent fighter. Excellent fighter. I just think he's a bit unproven. But he's going to be tested tonight. He's definitely going to be tested tonight. So with that being said, we are now looking at the video package for this next fight, and we will be underway with this next fight very, very soon. DeLima against Taffa. Main card is coming up in about 50 odd minutes. So we'll be at the main card in just 50 odd minutes. It's kind of weird starting that little bit later. It's a little bit weird, to be honest. Because, like, I'm so used to, like, us, like, really being in the early prelims now. And being, like, you know, getting close to starting the prelims. Whereas now we're actually 50 minutes away from the main card. So it's a little weird, but, you know, it is what it is. Right. Let me make sure that this is all looking good. Looks like it is. Right, let's get into the chats. His channel is Stevie Richards Wrestling. You won't regret it. Mavens are class as well. A risky pick. If Taffa gets taken down, it's probably curtains, but he will probably go for it in the first and swing at DeLima, who recently had his teeth knocked out and maybe his jaw broken, says A. Jobson. I do find, I like your comments, A. Jobson. You are a very knowledgeable MMA fan, clearly. I understand why people are complaining about Rinya, but I honestly don't blame him. He just needs more experience and to get more confident in his striking. Nugzula said, you dong for UFC 300. Let's go. That's what we need. We need a main event. Nugzula, I'm saying it now. We need Yadong in the main event. We need Yadong to save UFC 300. That's what we need. We need Yadong. I desperately need Yadong for UFC 300. So, yeah, we should be getting an announcement on that tonight. We said earlier. Don't know if they're going to do a little video package just before the main event, or I don't think that it's going to be a case that he'll announce it. I don't think he'll announce it in the press conference after, but they did say that by the end of the week they would announce what the main event of UFC 300 was going to be. Well, here we are. I mean, it just so happens that the end of the week also features one of the biggest shows, UFC shows of the year. So if they've got the main event sorted, then surely the announcement's going to be on that main show tonight. Is it whatever it's going to be, though? Let me know in the chat. What do you think that main event is going to be? What do you think they're going to announce? What are you expecting them to come out with for the main event of UFC 300? What do you think they can pull out of the bag for that? Let's go down. Matt Carney, shout out to you. Matt said, sorry, but you missed a super chat. No problem, Matt. We can go back and catch up. I have a list. I have them all listed now, which is very useful. I say they're all listed. They're not all listed, actually. I still have ones that aren't showing. The Blind Bomber, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you are well. Yeah, there's some that still don't show. There's ones that we've read that don't appear in this list, which is a little bit of an issue. Matt Carney said, Days, I am often drawn to the channel. Okay. Cool. Because you are optimistic, genuinely quite joyful and childlike. I knew there'd be something in there. I knew there'd be something in there. As soon as I read it, I was like, I'm like drawn to the channel. Okay, yeah. This isn't going to be a total compliment. I was already prepared for it. So, quite joyful and childlike. Am I? In your enthusiasm. Am I, though? Just because we spoke about boobs yesterday. I myself am an ogre that loathes everyone. Okay. How did you become like this? Well, to be honest, I think like combat sports like UFC and wrestling, pro wrestling, which I know is not a sport but is sports entertainment and part of the UFC family, my friends. I just love them. And I think if you're dealing with something that you love and talking about something that you love and something that you just enjoy, a passion, if you will, I can't see how you wouldn't be like really into it. It's funny though, because I suppose there are people that talk about these things that are really angry and like get really like wound up and really, I mean, I get annoyed by aspects of it, but that's only if it's like something that's really stupid, that's really like, you know, I just can't get my head around it. But most of the time, I'd like to think that we're just quite positive about it and quite into it because we love it. That's why we're kind of here for it, you know? So, yeah, I don't know. I think it's more to just do with the fact that, like, being here is a pleasure and not a chore, really. So, even if I am a child... Matt, you're the child. Right, we are underway. No, I appreciate it, Matt. I get where you're coming from. Apparently this is a flipping nursery to you. Right, here we go. We've got kicks coming in by DeLima, who's ranked number 15th in the heavyweight division. Taffa just outside the rankings. Leg kick coming in there by DeLima as well. Crowd are making some noise for this one. Taffa on the outside. Jab going straight down the middle by Taffa. Should be fun, this. I mean, I think we're going to be getting some real striking exchanges in this. Jab coming in by Taffa. DeLima standing his ground in the center. Taffa swinging away there. Jab down the middle by Taffa. Again, a couple of shots coming in. Good work there by DeLima. Taffa is back against the side of the cage. Kick coming into the body. Outside leg kick there. Oh, Taffa definitely feeling that leg kick. That's a problem for Taffa. DeLima with a heavy leg kick. And he really was struggling there. Yeah, right now DeLima has got Taffa up against the side of the cage. And this is really interesting right now because we don't know the damage that Taffa has sustained with that leg. He's trying to get away from the side of the cage. The leg looks to be okay as he's putting weight on it. Knee coming in there by DeLima, though. I mean, that is a big sign, you know? If you're DeLima and you've just thrown in that kick and you've just seen that reaction, that's all you're doing, surely? That's all you're going for? Just going to do it again, He's switched his stance. We've got away from the side of the cage. He did do it again. Big. Oh, my God. These leg kicks are horrific by DeLima. Horrific. Taffa, with a smile on his face, is over against the side of the cage. Taffa knows that he's in big trouble, man. He knows that he's in big trouble. DeLima with a takedown. Those leg kicks have absolutely dominated the early stages of this fight. And a takedown by DeLima. And he is a big boy as well. So this is going to be a real problem for Taffa to try and get back up from this position. DeLima raining down a shot there. He's grabbing a hold of the arm of Taffa. Shots coming into the side of the head. Taffa grimacing away as he's trying to get back up to his feet. He's trying to cover up there as DeLima rains these shots down. Good fight, this. Really fun fight, this. Really enjoying this. So, again, shots coming into the side of the heads. And Taffa over by the side of the fence. Again, shot coming into the side of the head, raining these blows down. Taffa just being kept against the side of the cage. DeLima keeping him grounded. Shot coming into the side of the head again. Shot coming into the side of the body. Taffa is down. And DeLima is on top. And they are just exchanging blows. You can see DeLima 19-5 at the moment. 19 significant strikes to 5. Taffa trying to get back up to his feet here, but DeLima looking for a rear naked, but he's not able to get around the back. We got 50-odd seconds left to go on the clock. Taffa in a seated position. He's over by the side of the cage. DeLima is trying to get a little bit of ground and pound going. He's swinging away at the moment. Taffa He's just having to eat these shots. He's got no defense at the moment. His arms are being kept out of the way. De Lima, 21 significant strikes to 5. All of this is because of those leg kicks. Those leg kicks, absolutely horrific, monstrous leg kicks, which Taffa just could not deal with, and meant that he was right there for the takedown. And since that takedown, he's not been able to get back up off the ground. So a couple of seconds left to go. And there we go. End of the round. Oh, mates. That was brutal. Those leg kicks were brutal. So, yeah, they were just having a look at a close-up of the leg there. He does still have a leg. But those leg kicks are, wow. I mean, De Lima landed 8 of 9 that he threw. But so it's not so much the volume. It's just, they were just horrific. So heavy. You know, sometimes when someone throws a leg kick, it's like a little tap. You know, it's just like a little pop, just to like score points, basically. Just to get significant strikes. That ain't what these were. These, like, he was like setting them up, and the shot is bringing his foot back. It's gone all round the arena. Smashing. Oh my God, they're showing a slow-mo replay of it. It's horrible. Yeah, and as Taffa got back up at the end of the round, there's a hobble. He is in real pain. I tell you what, that can't be fun. To actually come out in the next round knowing that your leg is compromised and knowing that you've still got 2 rounds to go and that your opponent is going to just keep kicking away at you. One little kick there by De Lima, and Taffa went down. Taffa switching his stance. Yeah, so Joe Rogan's like, why isn't he switching his stance? Well, he has now. He has, but he's just not as effective in that stance. This is where the fight game is so interesting, because De Lima has completely ruined that leg within 1 round, and now it means that Taffa's having to completely switch his stance. He's having to completely switch it around, and he is just not comfortable. He's not comfortable here at all. Wrestler Andy said, smiling Sam Alvey, Roxanne Modafferi against Yadong and Yanan. Let's go. That's the main event we deserve. Taffa trying to get some shots off in the center. Leg kick. Taffa goes down. Smile on the face of Taffa as he goes down, like, and the ref calls it, man. That's sweet mercy, that is, for Taffa. Yeah. Joe Rogan said that's basically a leg kick stoppage. It was a leg kick, and Taffa was just... he chopped him down like a tree. We might as well yell timber, because as that leg kick comes in, look, boom. Down we go, man. Down we go. He chopped him down in a very literal sense. And as soon as he's down, you can see that when Taffa goes down, there's a moment where De Lima's like, oh, God, I've got to get down on the floor. There's a moment where he's standing there and he's like, oh, can we just end this? And the ref comes in and he's like, yeah, nah, we're done. We're done. The ref's seen enough. The ref's seen that leg get chewed up to the point where he's like, nah, we're done. We don't need this anymore. So there we go. It's a 2nd round stoppage. And a win for De Lima. Those leg kicks just flipping killed Taffa. Brutal leg kicks. Right. Do you think Seth will turn on Cody and join the bloodline with Roman and The Rock? No. It could happen, but I'm not expecting it to happen. Mainly because that's to do with family, isn't it? And Seth's not part of their family. Although, it was interesting how Roman did refer to Seth as his brother. That was interesting. He has referred to Seth recently in this build as his brother. I think his little brother or something like that. But still, it's not enough for me to think that we're going to bring Seth into the bloodline. But what the hell just happened, said Trini. Hello, Trini. Hope you're well. Jobson said they went to commercial instead of showing Taffa stand up. It wasn't even a real commercial. It was just a ESPN commercial. Oh, yeah, that was... He really struggled to get back up to his feet. He really struggled. So, De Lima wins in round 2, and that means we've got one more fight to go in our prelims. Fight number 7. Amanda Lemos is taking on Mackenzie Dern. Amanda Lemos taking on Mackenzie Dern. Boom. Your mama is so fat. When she walked by the TV, I missed 3 episodes. Oh, that's good. I've not heard that one. That's good. I'd love to see R-Truth at UFC 300 thinking it's WrestleMania. Yeah, I think a lot of the MMA fans wouldn't know what was going on, though, to be honest. And the wrestling fans wouldn't even be watching. But it would be a lovely little Easter egg for those that do watch both. King Hoddle said it was a tenderized letter. Oh, I'll tell you what, bit of salt and pepper on that thing right now. Let's go. Lovely. I think the same would have happened with Justin Taffa. Justin does have a lot more power than Junior. Pricey said pathetic. It's just a little bruise on his calf and he gives up. I've asked Siri, can you rap? The fudging phone went on to say, well, if you're passing me the mic and rapped a song about Siri having 21 talents. Huh? So you asked Siri, can you rap? And she actually did a little rap for you. Really? I don't have anything like that, I don't think. I don't have Siri. We might... No, I was going to think we might have a Alexa upstairs, but I don't think we do. I've got the Google one, but I never use it. What's that? I don't even know. I think you just say, hey, Google, don't you? Never use it. Never use it. I'll have to try it, though. I'll see if Hey Google can do a rap. I forgot. I was going to say, where's my phone? I'll try it now, but we're streaming on my phone, aren't we? My phone's upstairs to get better reception. We'll never know. We will never know. Right, so a win for De Lima. Coming up next is Amanda Lemos taking on Mackenzie Dern. This is going to be a really interesting fight. So Amanda Lemos, big, powerful counters, good boxing, arguably the hardest puncher in the division. She can make mistakes with her grappling. She is a striker. She is a sniper. She is accurate with good output. She has people in trouble in that first round. Right, she's strong, but she can still be bullied. Good jiu-jitsu, but really the thing here is she cannot go down to the ground with Mackenzie Dern. Mackenzie Dern on the ground is a different beast. She is not got the best striking, but as we said, down on the ground, she really can do some stuff. She is going to need to get through that first round. This is going to be a problem for Dern to get through round 1. If she can get through round 1, I think the chances of her winning, I think, greatly increase. But, yeah, it's a tricky one, this. Amanda Lemos is the favourite, and she absolutely could win. 73% of people on Tapology have gone with Amanda, but I am looking at Mackenzie Dern. I think she's got a good opportunity here. I think she's got a good chance here. So in the chat, let me know which way you think this is going to go as we're approaching our main event of the prelims. Amanda Lemos, 36 years old. Mackenzie Dern, 30 years old. So 6 years difference, which is quite sizable. You know, Amanda Lemos, 36, women's strawweight division. Is her time coming to an end? Or has she still got too much for Mackenzie Dern? So Amanda Lemos, of course, competing against some of the best in the division, taking on Zhang Weili last year, losing by a unanimous decision. But before that, she's got a win over Marina Rodriguez. That's not bad. A win over Michelle Waterson. Yeah, don't know. Win over Angela Hill. You know, I don't know that this is like killer's row for Amanda Lemos. But she did lose to Jessica Andrade, and she did lose to Zhang Weili. So I think I might be leaning towards Mackenzie Dern, you know. I don't know what we've got here. El Matador. So we are just building up our main events. A. Jobson said, I adopt Amanda Lemos at -135. She has an underrated sleeper slam and a woe-begone dragon sleeper. Lemos shall hamper the dark horse. Believe it. I believe it. Well, I don't actually. I've got Mackenzie done. Amin said, are you streaming an Elimination Chamber next week? Nah, thought I'd give it a miss. I think the same would have happened with Justin Taffer. I think we're all up to speeds. Philper 74 with a game over emoji, a heart emoji, a waving emoji, a lotion emoji, and a glass of water emoji. So make of that whatever you will. Joy Maurice, shout out to you, said, I've got my pasta Alfredo, don't be afraido, for brunch whilst watching the live stream. Boxing question. Do you think Tyson Fury is like avoiding Usyk at all cost? I don't actually. No, I don't. I don't think he's avoiding him at all cost. The match was signed and it was going to happen, and he did get a nasty cut in sparring. He has shown the image of the cut as well, so I believe it to be legit. Otherwise, I believe the fight was going to happen. I think the truth is that he doesn't care about unifying the belt like we care about it, but he doesn't care about it. There are things that I think we care about that he just does not care about. He does not care about having all the belts. In his mind, he is the heavyweight champion of the world, and that is good enough, right? To him, that is good enough. Like, trying to win the other belts that are out there, he doesn't care for them, doesn't need them. It's just something which, you know, he'll do it if the price is right. He is, I think, motivated more by money, which is crazy because he never seems to really spend it. You know, he's not someone that really, you know, he lives, where does he live in? Not Doncaster. He lives Morecambe, which is, yeah, it's not Las Vegas. Let's put it that way. It's not the hills in Los Angeles, right? I'm sure he's got a lovely house, but I don't know. I mean, like, he's a man that I think knows what he likes. He's a man of simple pleasures. You know, I'd imagine he's someone that gets excited by a good biscuit. That's Tyson Fury. So I don't know that he is avoiding Usyk. I think it's a narrative that's definitely out there. I believe the injury he's got is real and was, you know, sustained, and, you know, he's not making it up, whatever. But I think that he is someone that's just not motivated by the belts. He's the world champion. Everyone idolizes him wherever he goes. He's not going to really get more idolized. Like, if he walks down the street, people will mob him. He could go to any country and people will know who he is. So I suppose in his mind, it's like, I just don't need him. Give me put the money where it should be, and we'll talk. Now, you know, because of the Saudis, he's getting a lot of money, and the Saudis want the fight. They want that fight, and so I think he's like, okay, let's do it then. So we've ended up with the fight. Apparently, it was quite simple to agree and get over the line. It was going to happen. I think it's still going to happen. Obviously, we won't believe it until it actually happens. But yeah, I think he knows that Usyk's a better fighter than he gives him credit for. He's always making out that he's just a jumped up middleweight. He's always just making out that Usyk is not really a challenge and that he's just, you know, it's going to be a walk in the park, you know. I think in his heart of hearts, he knows that's not true. He knows it would be a challenge. He knows that it would be harder than that. But I think he is genuinely confident that he would get the win in that fight. Genuinely confident that he's just too big for him. I think he's genuinely confident that, like, he's too good. It's a really interesting fight, isn't it? Because Usyk, I think, is probably the best boxer in the division. But if you put in the size difference and the fact that Fury can box and is someone that, you know, can take shots, I mean, you don't need to worry about that against Usyk. Usyk's not going to be putting Fury away. I really can't see that. If Usyk's going to win, it's going to win by decision. So, yeah, I think that it's a really interesting fight. I think you've got two great boxers. I think Usyk's the better boxer, but the size advantage of Fury, which is a size advantage I think he will use to his advantage. Like, he is going to be able to use that size advantage. He is going to be putting his weight onto Usyk. He is going to be fighting in, like, the grey areas. You know, he is going to be dirty. I don't expect him to play nice. I expect it to be leaning on and hanging on a bit long and getting him up against the ropes and just making it a bit scrappy and imposing yourself, you know? And then when you can, letting the hands go, really digging in your shots. He's going to eat shots, though. He's going to eat shots by Usyk. Usyk's too good to not land. He will land. But is it going to be enough? Usyk couldn't put Joshua away. So I've got to think that he's not going to put Fury away. Fury will definitely take Usyk seriously. I think there's a little bit of a concern. My concern is more about where is Fury, because Fury said that he had trained hard for Ngannou. His dad seems to suggest otherwise, but Fury said he trained hard. He didn't look like he trained hard. But then Fury is never someone that's the most ripped of guys, is he? He's always someone that's got a bit of timber as he comes into a fight. So I think it's really interesting. Really interesting. I'm just so disappointed that it's not happening at the moment, but I do think we get it. And I'd be leaning Fury, but it would not be by that much, because I do think that Usyk will outstrike Fury. I think he'll frustrate Fury. I think that he'll win rounds against Fury, and it could be Usyk by decision quite comfortably. Usyk by decision is very, very possible. But I just think that Fury is also, what's possible is that we saw Daniel Dubois hurt Usyk. Daniel Dubois got that shot. Now, it's obviously debatable as to whether it was low or not. But, like, Usyk definitely felt it, right? If he's feeling a shot from Daniel Dubois, then I've got to think that if Fury can land on him, he's definitely going to be feeling that. So I'm just leaning Fury. It's a good question. I like it, though. A. Jobson said, quite surprised to see the line so close. Dern is an elite BJJ practitioner who has no takedown upsides and is a walking punching bag. She's coming up against a murderous power puncher. Well, that is true, but can Dern get the takedown? That is, you're absolutely right. Her takedowns are not brilliant, right? Her takedown average is actually below Amanda Lamos's, 0.7, compared to Amanda Lamos, who is 0.8. But Mackenzie Dern, when she does get people down to the ground, she averages 1.4 submissions. Mackenzie Dern, when the fight goes down there, is good. She's going to have to weather this first round. She's going to have to really get through this first round. Let's see. Yeah, you're not wrong. Amanda Lemos is a killer, man. She does have dynamite in those hands. So, right, we've got Amanda Lemos and Mackenzie Dern. Amanda Lemos at -130, Mackenzie Dern at +110. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated, as we are just over 20 minutes away. Just 20 minutes away from the main card. Main card coming up. There is Mackenzie Dern, +110 underdog. And she is going to be right up against it, certainly in this first round. Dawn Knight said you should get random neighbors to recreate the fights on stream. We don't have loads of neighbors, to be honest. We do have a house not too far away. But then the next house is like a little bit down the road. Here's Amanda Lemos. She is -130 favorites. Dern is going to get knocked out in the second round, said Trailblazing 23. 5-0 as UFC favorite. Amanda Lemos undefeated in the UFC whenever she has stepped in as a favorite. She's stepping in here as a favorite as well. Not a wide favorite, but a favorite all the same. Amanda Lemos is a southpaw. She's going to have a 2-inch reach advantage. Mike Beltran is the referee for this one, and we're going to be underway. Our main event of the prelims. Yeah, these are two top strawweights going at it, and we are underway. Round number 1. Number 3 taking on number 7 in the women's strawweight division. So we've got Dern trying to throw some big shots straight out the gate. Leg kick coming in there by Amanda Lemos. Lemos on the outside. Dern standing the ground in the middle. Kick to the body there by Amanda. Dern again just edging forward as Lemos takes a few steps back. Dern trying to cover up, throw a counter shot there as Lemos circles round the outside. Kick coming in, but it's blocked there by Dern. Quite a frantic pace to this already. Dern trying to close down the octagon space. Just edging forward. She's cutting off the room for Amanda to work. Amanda letting the hands go. Big, heavy shots there by Amanda, but not landing them. They're falling short. We're just seeing Amanda just staying on the outside, sniping from range. Dern again trying to let her hands go, but Amanda was able to get out the way. Nice. I think she just tagged her there, Dern. I think she managed to just clip her momentarily. Oh, lovely right hand there by Amanda. Kick coming into the body, but it's blocked by Dern. Amanda asking some questions at the moment, but Dern is standing up to them. Dern again swiping that leg away. At the moment, Lemos 10-0 with significant strikes. But some of these have been nasty, to be honest. Some of these have really been thrown with some power and with some zip. And Dern not flinching. A good chunk of them. Half of these shots have been leg kicks, though. So at the moment, we got Lemos on the outside. Dern just again trying to find a way of getting this fight down to the ground. That's what she's looking for. Dern keeping eyes on Lemos, who's using her lateral movement. There's a takedown. Mackenzie Dern managing to get Amanda Lemos down, and that is exactly what Dern wanted. So Mackenzie Dern shines in this part of the game. So she's managed to get Amanda Lemos on her back. Now she's got to try and secure this position. So she's got time to work. Right now she's managed to Fully mounted as well by the looks of it. She's fully mounted, Amanda Lemos. This is not a good position for Amanda to be in. Oh, Amanda managing to just get Mackenzie Dern into half guards. Half guard at the moment. Mackenzie Dern keeping it chest to chest. And right now we've got Lemos on her back, well, over by the side of the cage. Dern, time's running out for Dern though. She's already been in this position for about 30 seconds, but she's really trying to ensure that Amanda doesn't just get back up to her feet. She wants to make this position count. Shots coming in there by Dern. She's using her head to trap Lemos up against the side of the cage. Mackenzie Dern is again trying to keep Lemos down, keep her grounded. She's in half guard at the moment. She's trying to trap the arm with a knee as well here, Mackenzie Dern. Lemos, there's not a great deal that she can do. She's just having to kind of weather a little bit of a storm at the moment. You're seeing that these shots are registering by Dern, but they're just registering as total strikes. They're not registering as anything of significance. It's going to be quite questionable as to who takes the round here. Feel like it's going to be Lemos at the moment. She's trying to get, she's trying to progress here on the ground. But at the moment, she's not making the progress that she would want. She's not been able to make this takedown count. 2 minutes 23 of control time. Lemos is not panicking. She's not allowing Dern to make this situation any worse than it is at the moment. There's only 5 seconds to go. Amanda's going to make it out the round. And there we go, end of the round. Let me know, which way do you think that went? Is that Mackenzie Dern, who's just managed to get 2 minutes 43, more than half the round control time? But did she do enough with it? Did she do enough with it? We are seeing some of the damage that was caused by those leg kicks. I think it is going to be an Amanda Lemos round, personally. If you look at the damage to the side of the legs, we know that the judges like damage. And we know, I mean, look, 13 significant strikes to 2. So I think Mackenzie Dern got the takedown, but I just don't think she did enough with it. No rush. They're saying no rush. King Hoddle thinks it's 1-0 Dern, though. And she's quite sexy. Okay, Mackenzie Dern is ready to go for the second round. Second round about to get underway. David, shout out to you. Said I'm here for each stream. Coming in from Scotland. I've got Volkanovski winning. Who have you got? I've got Volkanovski as well, my friends. Volkanovski. I think he will retain. It's going to be a tough challenge for him, though. It's certainly not going to be straightforward. Right, we got 14 minutes left until we go to the main card. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. As we are underway with round number 2. Both women standing in the center. Mackenzie Dern, again, just having a little look as she tries to come forwards. Her movement has not been compromised in any way. She's being very committal to her shots. She really threw in a shot there, but Amanda Lemos moved out the way. Mackenzie Dern went flying into the side of the cage. Leg kick coming in by Amanda Lemos. Definitely Mackenzie Dern. Feeling that little shot there by Lemos. Mackenzie Dern went down. Amanda Lemos is trying to pour it on at the moment. Dern is still on her feet. She's having to weather a storm. There might be an opportunity. Oh, Dern goes down. Dern goes down. And she's in a lot of pain as well. Shots raining in by Amanda Lemos. Referee's having a look. Dern is still in the fight, though. She might have bust her nose, you know. She seemed to be in a lot of pain there, Mackenzie Dern. She seemed to be in a lot of pain. So down is Dern. And she really, really grimaced when one of those shots came in. Blood on her nose, but we haven't had a good look at it yet. But as Joe Rogan said, the ref was really close to stopping it there. Amanda Lemos unloaded on Dern. Dern went down. She came back up to her feet. She ended up going down again. And Amanda was working the ground and pounds. That nose is going to be a big issue for Dern, but Dern has got an opportunity here because they are down on the ground, and we know that Dern loves being down on the ground. They're just showing a replay, picture in picture. It's a little kind of hook shot by the looks of it that dropped Dern. She immediately got back up to her feet. But right now, she's grabbing the leg of... There's not a good camera angle here. She's grabbing the leg of Amanda Lemos. Amanda Lemos is standing over Mackenzie Dern. They're saying that it's really bad. The referee is telling... Yeah, it looks nasty, man. Her eye looks all bruised and everything. I mean, it looks horrible. Her right eye is like swelling up and everything. Her nose is all busted. She's in a really bad place here, Mackenzie Dern. Really bad place. And they're back on the feet. Kick coming in, but it was blocked by Mackenzie Dern. I'd imagine Mackenzie Dern right now, like all of her systems are just trying to figure out what's happening. It's probably alarms ringing in her head at the moment. Trying to figure out how the hell do I get through this? But right now, Lemos on the outside. Oh, God. Look at her face. Look at her face. She is absolutely busted. That eye is horrible. Her right eye is destroyed, said Joe Rogan. I think she can still see out of it, though. I'm sure we'll get a close-up of it. But kick coming in there by Amanda Lemos, and Mackenzie Dern driving Lemos back against the side of the cage. Oh, but it's actually Lemos that manages to secure the takedown. Lemos managing to get Mackenzie Dern down on the ground. She's on top of her at the moment. Mackenzie Dern needs to try and get out of this round, obviously. There's 40-odd seconds left to go here. And Dern has managed to get on top of Amanda Lemos. Mackenzie Dern is showing... What are we going for here? Arm triangle. There feels like there was an arm triangle potentially there, but she's not quite in the right position for it. We've got 10 seconds left to go. I think Amanda Lemos is going to be quite happy just to see this round finish now. Shots coming down, though, but Dern ended the round on top. I mean, it's quite clearly an Amanda Lemos round, and it's quite clearly a fun fight. And her face is quite clearly all kinds of messed up. 50 shades of messed up, her face. Mackenzie Dern, though, what a fight. Dern is a tough cookie, said King Huddle. Yeah, but King Huddle, is she still attractive? You said she was quite fit earlier. How are you feeling about it now? Rivi, shout out to you. Mang said, I think Dern is going to finish Lemos. J14 said, Rogan is feeling Dern for sure on commentary. Dern is tough as nails. Just having a little hook shot. Boom! Picks the spot right on the chin. Oh, and I don't know if that was the shot that did the damage. I think it was, you know. She did just go down. I wonder if it might even be like a broken orbital or something. The way she got her like right here, and the reaction from Dern. Final rounds. Amanda Lemos taking on Mackenzie Dern. Mackenzie Dern, they embrace in the center. There's a respect between these two, and the crowd definitely appreciate it. It's been a real fun fight. Real fun fight. Ah, big overhand by Dern! Big overhand! Amanda Lamas went down. She popped right back up again, though. She grabbed Dern. Oh, my God. That was the dictionary definition of swinging for the fences. Boom! This massive shot by Dern. And that was an amazing way to start this third round. Amanda Lamas went down. She immediately got back up. She grabbed Dern, managed to get Dern down to the ground. So right now, Dern is on the ground with Amanda Lamas on top. This, though, is a world that Mackenzie Dern loves to be in. I don't know how wise this was by Amanda Lamas. Right now, she's the one that's in control, but Mackenzie Dern is very much in this fight. She's putting in some hammer fists. We're in a very unorthodox position here. Mackenzie Dern is trying to grab a hold of the leg. So she's trying to grab that leg at the moment. We got 3 minutes 30 odds. She's got time to find something and do something. Amanda Lamas might have regretted that snap decision of taking this fight down to the ground, because right now Mackenzie Dern is trying to grab that leg. She's making a little bit of progress with it as well. She's getting somewhere. She's getting somewhere. Amanda Lamas. She's managed to cross her legs to prevent Mackenzie Dern from really doing much with that leg, but 3 minutes. Mackenzie Dern has got time to do something. Raquel Pennington said, what a fight. These girls deserve all the respect. Oh, man, it's been brilliant. It's been a brilliant fight. Best fight that we've seen so far tonight. And hammer fist coming in there by Amanda Lamas. Dern continuing to try and grab a hold of that leg. But Lamas, she's trying to isolate the leg, but she wasn't able to do it there, Mackenzie Dern. 2 minutes 20. It's really fascinating, this as well. It's really, really fascinating. Right now, Lamas is on her back. Mackenzie Dern is on top. She's trying to get over by the side of the cage here, Amanda Lamas. She's going to try and use that to her advantage, but Mackenzie Dern throwing in some shots. But time is ticking away. We've got less than 2 minutes to go here. Mackenzie was looking for the leg. We've abandoned that. Felt like she was going for another arm triangle again, but we haven't. We seem to have abandoned that as well. Now she's just going for a little bit of ground and pounds. Now we've got Amanda Lamas getting into a seated position. Right now we've got Dern in half guards. She's looking for something. The clock is ticking. She's got 1 minute 20 to find something. Lamas down on her back. Lovely elbow there by Dern. Lovely elbow. So looks like she's going with a bit of ground and pound at the moment. And shot coming into the side of the head. We've got just over a minute left to go in this fight. Imagine if this was the main event of a fight night and it was 5 rounds. According to the live odds, Dern is -145 favourite. What? Are they giving her round 1 and round 3? The live odds. Jesus, surely Amanda Lamas. Live odds have got Amanda Lamas as losing the fight. Takedown there by Dern. I mean, there is an argument for Dern to take this round. She did drop Lamas, and then she has got a lot of control time. It's just how confident are you that she took the first round? It's going to be interesting. It's going to be really interesting. Live odds were interesting. Right now, Lamas and Dern are all kind of tangled up, but we've got about 5 seconds left to go. Looks like it's going to be one that... It's going to go to the judges. It's going to go to the judges. Yeah, really, really fun fight that. Really enjoyed that. Some fantastic skill on display. Mackenzie Dern showing just how good she is down on the ground. The damage to her face, though, I mean, oh my God. If she's got a broken nose or a broken orbital bone, I don't think that would be the biggest shock in the world. But, yeah, what do you think? Let me know in the chat. What do you think? It was a waste of a third round, said Nikhil. Lamus by decision, said Trailblazer. I think Lamus by decision as well, yeah. They're going to give this to Dern, said A. Jobson. Amanda Lamus takes this, said Jordan. King Hoddle thinks it's Dern 2-1, and so does Chris. He thinks it's Dern 2-1. I think Amanda Lamus 2-1. That's interesting. Well, I always think that if we are seeing it different, then, you know, we've got to be prepared for it to go either way. Dern 2-1, said Chris. Dern 4-0, said Alka Meltzer. 4-0. 4-0 Dern. Nikhil said, looks like Dern's going to win. I won't be surprised. Trini thinks Dern. No Cap Popeye thinks Dern. Rivy thinks Amanda Lamus. Bitblog thinks 2-1 Dern. Popey thinks Lamus, but maybe a draw. Okay. Here we go. Let's find out. It's unanimous. 29-28. Amanda Lamus. Amanda Lamus gets it 2-1. All three judges. That is interesting because a lot of you were saying Dern, and Dern, I think even she reacted thinking she had done it. So I think even she thought she had took that first round. But yeah, I don't think we can say robbery. I think for me, Amanda Lamus had took it, but for many others it was Dern. I think that had that have gone either way as a result, you just go, well, you know, it is what it is. That first round, you can definitely interpret it for Amanda Lamus. You could interpret it for Mackenzie Dern. But what a fight. That's the big takeaway. What an amazing fight. Right, we are going over now to the main cards. So we are done with the prelims. It's time for the main card. It's going to be Anthony Hernandez taking on Roman Kopylov. That's going to be our first fight. Obviously, we're going to have a bit of talking, a bit of a breakdown of our main event and what a main event it is versus Kopylov. So we've got the stats on screen, of course. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated. Normally at this point, we would be around the 500 mark. Obviously, because of the fact that we had those technical difficulties, we are behind the 8 ball. But doesn't matter, at least we're here, and we are going to be able to enjoy this main card together. That Volkanovski fight against Ilja Topuria is going to bang. It's going to be amazing. Before that, we've got Whittaker and Costa in our co-main. We're going to see Jeff Neal against Ian Gary tonight, and that's had quite the build. Henry Cejudo, the former double champ, is in action against Marab. And of course, our first fight, the one that I've probably struggled with the most to have a read on, Anthony Hernandez against Roman Kopylov. This is our first fight on the main card. Hernandez is a chain wrestler. He's got crazy cardio. He just works, grinds away. He's not very technical, but he is a cardio machine. He's well-rounded. He's going to look for early takedowns. He's going to look for control time, and he's going to use that as his path to victory. He's a minus 180 favorite. He's taking on Kopylov, who is a striker, southpaw, uses plays being a southpaw very well. He's a long striker. He's got good power. He's nasty on the feet, but he's improving his overall game. He is powerful, as we said, technical. If it goes down to the ground, he's going to struggle. So, you know, we've got someone that's going to be, I suppose, in a way, a bit similar to the fight we just had. We've got someone that's a master on the ground, someone that's a lot more effective on the feet, and it should make for a very fun fight. Maybe a fight similar to what we just witnessed. So Anthony Hernandez against Roman Kopylov is starting the card, and normally they put the fight that they think is going to be a fun opener in this spot. So yeah, should be fun. Looking forward to it. And then, of course, after that, we've got Merab against Cejudo. Amazing. Jeff Neal against Ian Gary. Amazing. Robert Whittaker against Paulo Costa. Amazing. And Volkanovski defends his title against Ilja Topuria. Really, really good main card. Really good main card. Right, we haven't had a look yet to see the Tapology. Let's just quickly have a look at that and see where we are with that. Obviously, this is the community playing Tapology and predicting away. So if we look at the top end, we can see Houdini 199X is in third place. And at the moment, we've got joint leaders J14 and Obama P for P. So well done to you guys at the moment. We will definitely keep tabs on that as the evening progresses. 5 fights left. We are in Anaheim. And, of course, we do have the UFC Featherweight Championship being defended. We're in California. It is Volkanovski against Topuria. Topuria undefeated. 14-0, 6-0 in the UFC. He's coming in as, I think it's a pick'em. It was a pick'em. I don't know if more money has been coming in on Volkanovski, but it was a pick'em not that long ago. But we do have Joe Rogan on the call. We've got John Anik on the call as well. I think Bisping's on the call also. It was a great win for Lemos after a little bit of calf kicking, says A. Jobson. I'll be surprised if Whittaker loses, says Jordan. Jobson said, I've got to say it's the lowest IQ fight that I've seen from Lemos, but the decision was correct. Damage was much more from the Amanda Lemos side, and I take that perfect. I've always said Dern submits no one in MMA, says Jobson. Mitchell, shout out to you. I hope you're doing well. Bipolar Express said Dern got robbed. Jordan is with Fluffy Hernandez. No Cat Popeye said I'm going to stay up for the main event. Oh, it's a main event that's worth staying up for as well. Definitely worth staying up for the main event. So, yeah, very much looking forward to this main card. But as you said, we've probably got a little bit of video packages and whatnot to go through first. And what everyone's waiting for is we are waiting for a UFC 300 main event announcement. Don't know if we're going to get it on this show, but they did say we would get it by the end of the week. So a lot of people are waiting for that. I honestly don't even know what it will be. Don't even know what they're going to look to announce. Leon Edwards against Bilal. They've tried to get Connor. They've tried to get John Jones. I think there's a few people thinking what they might do is they might announce Leon Edwards against Bilal Muhammad, and they might also announce Adesanya against Dracus du Plessis. So that way we would be getting, like, I think the BMF title, is that being defended? Obviously Zhang's defending her belt. We've got, we'd have Adesanya on the cards. We'd have Dracus defending the middleweight belt. And we would also have Leon defending his title also. So there are people thinking, rather than announcing one big mega fight, do they announce 2 championship fights that kind of will take the place of one big mega fight? I don't know, man. I really don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. Everyone is waiting to find out what the main event of UFC 300 is going to be. So they're just showing footage at the moment from the weigh-ins. They're showing footage from the press conferences. I heard it might be Izzy against DDP. Well, to be honest, if they only announce that fight, I don't know how people will react to it. I think a lot of MMA fans will be excited. I think there will be a lot of, I don't want to say casual fans, but because the casual fans might not even know that the main event hasn't been announced yet, right? But maybe those more casual MMA fans that watch on a regular basis, but not every show. Those ones, I think people have been waiting for this. Those ones, I think, are wanting a Conor. They're wanting a Khabib. They're wanting a John Jones. They're wanting a GSP. You know, the hope is that a legend was going to come back and that there was going to be like a big dream fight. So I kind of feel like Dricus and Adesanya is a fight that we're going to get at some point anyway. It's a great fight. It's a fight I want to see. I'd be happy with it. I don't know how it would be received. If it is Izzy and Dricus du Plessis, I'll be all right with it. But is it really the main event we've been waiting for, you know? I kind of feel like because they've not announced the main event yet, it's just sort of been built up in people's minds. So now if you give them a match that we could get at any point this year, even though it is a great fight, I'll be very interested to see how it gets received. So I don't know. We'll have to see if it gets announced first. Would you like it? Would that be good enough? I suppose it's not a case of would you like it, because it's an amazing fight, but would you be satisfied if that's announced as the main event of 300? That's probably the better way of wording it. Izzy is a UFC 300 poster boy, says Naga. I would be down for that fight, said Dro. Nate Diaz against Brock Lesnar, said Dad24. Alec Pereira versus anyone, and I'm praying that dude is legit, said Trailblazing. Does it mean Big E won't be returning to the ring, said Lance. I don't think that the main event of 300, UFC 300, has got any connection to Big E's potential return to WWE. That's just me, though. That's just me. I don't see the two being connected. We're seeing people arrive. Here is Ilya Topuria. 9 first-round finishes. 14-0. He's looking good. He's looking sharp. There's Alexander Volkanovski, the UFC Featherweight Champion, arriving. He loves it, doesn't he? Robbie Lawler, UFC 2023 Hall of Famer. CM Punk, CM Punk, CM Punk, CM Punk, CM Punk in the crowds. CM Punk watching the actions. Action goes by. That's cool. He was useless in the octagon, but cool to see him. He is loved in the pro wrestling world. Mosey, the wrestling god, said I should fight at the main event of UFC 300. Do it. They should put CM Punk in the main event of UFC 300. Kopylov, I'm right where I need to be. I will do everything in my power to make sure I make it to the top 15 of the UFC. Anthony Fluffy Hernandez, just saying a few words. If you are watching, just joining us, hello, hello, hello. Big card coming up. Main event card coming up. Feel free to leave a like if you haven't already. We are working our way towards as many as we can, really. By now we would be on just over 500, probably about 520, something like that. We're on 350. It's not a million miles away, in all fairness. It's not a million miles away. There is a glimmer. But yeah, the first fight, we're just doing the video package right now. Let me know who you've got here. Have you got Fluffy Hernandez or have you got Kopylov? Which way are you leaning on this one? Because I'm struggling to get a read, to be honest. I'm struggling to get a read. I think Hernandez is someone that's going to look for takedowns. I think he could get those takedowns, but Kopylov has got good takedown defense. So those takedowns are not going to be easy. I think he could get them, though. And if he does, he's, the fight's a different fight then. But whilst it's on the feet, Kopylov is going to look better. So it's one of those where Kopylov, being the underdog, makes me lean Kopylov, to be honest. Because I'm uncertain, just go with the dog is the mentality I have. So Kopylov coming in as a plus 150 underdog. Anthony Fluffy Hernandez at minus 180. So Kopylov is one of 6 active Russian UFC welterweights. Caleb has got Hernandez. Uzi has got Kopylov. Michael has got Kopylov. Hernandez, Kopylov really is a coin flip for me, said A. Jobson. Philpa 74 said, what about Mike Tyson against Mark Hunt in December? Well, I mean, Tyson, was the last time we saw him against Roy Jones Jr.? I don't think he's fought since that, has he? So, and he looked all right in that fight. He looked all right, but in all fairness, you are going back a good few years there. So, I kind of feel like Tyson is going to be an unknown entity. But when we did see him last time, he still looked all right. But to be honest, that was against an obviously aging Roy Jones Jr., but it is still Roy Jones Jr. It is still one of the best boxers in the modern era to ever get in there and do it. So, yeah, tricky little one, to be honest. It's one of those where I think a lot of people would be against it. A lot of people would just be like, no, let him retire. Like, we don't need to see Mike Tyson get destroyed. But people will still tune into it. It'll be one of those that people will still want to watch it. Mike Tyson is still a massive draw, man. So if he is going to get into training and if he still thinks that he's still got a bit of power and a bit of speed about him, it's one of those. I think I would worry for him at this stage. I would worry for him. But last time we saw him, he looked all right. Wrestling is more entertainment than UFC, says Andy. As good as Kopylov has looked, as many stories we have heard about him training with the Dagestanis, his cardio when he grapples isn't good. No Cap Popeye said, did you hear that Wayne Rooney wants to box Misfits? There's rumours that it might be KSI against Wayne Rooney. If those rumours turn out to be true, it's bonkers. I've not heard that, no. I've not heard that. That would get a lot of attention. A lot of people would tune in. I don't know why Wayne Rooney at his age would think that he would be able to step in there with KSI and box. I mean, he would get destroyed, surely. Surely. He's been a football manager and been spending his time doing that, whereas KSI has been in the gym and he's younger, and I don't know why Wayne Rooney would want to do that. He certainly doesn't need the money. Unless he just really thinks he could finish KSI and go in there and get a win, but I don't know, man. That's I would watch it, but it would seem it's one of those that I think once you're actually watching it and after it, you'd go, why did we just do that? Why was that even allowed? Seems a bit weird, doesn't it? Bonkers is a good way of wording it, yeah. Right, here we go then. Bruce Buffer is about to do the announcements and we'll be underway. If Rooney boxes like he coaches, he'll be in deep. Yeah, Martin. Good point. Good point. He wasn't God's gift to football managing, was he? And I very much doubt he's God's gift to boxing. Kopylov feels like a do or die kind of a guy. I've got this guy, said Trailblazing. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. And he's coming in as the underdog as well. I think I'm leaning, the more I've talked about it, the more I think I'm leaning Kopylov, but I don't actually have a winner predicted on my in my notes. I really couldn't get a read of it. Kopylov for the win. Round 2. Call me Mystic Mac, said Slumboy Poet. James said Volk will be just about to walk out, and then The Rock will replace him. Let's go. Pro wrestling joke. But yeah, very good. We know The Rock does enjoy UFC. Oh, he's on the TKO board as well, isn't he? So, I wouldn't surprise me if he was there. But they've not shown him yet if he is. Anthony Hernandez is now a minus 225 favorite. Smile on the face of Anthony Hernandez. Let's go! Right, here we go then. Here we go. So, first fight on the main cards. Hernandez against Kopylov. Okay, and we are underway. Both fighters coming into the center. So, Hernandez in green, ranked 15th in the middleweight division. Kopylov outside of the rankings, but we know that he wants to get into those rankings. A victory here should do it. Depends how things shake out, but Hernandez on the outside. Kopylov is obviously better on the feet. Hernandez just throwing out that left-hand jab. Just trying to keep Kopylov busy. Looking for a takedown. Not getting it there, Hernandez. Lovely jab coming in there by Kopylov. Kopylov just taking a moment to get settled. Hernandez is the one that seems to have started the more alert. At the moment, Hernandez in the middle. Lovely little shot there by Kopylov. But he couldn't capitalize. Nice. Oh, that's a lovely right hand there by Hernandez. Kopylov just trying to get out the way. And Hernandez gesturing that a spin attack was coming, but Kopylov throws the kick to the body. Right now we've got Kopylov driving Hernandez back. Hernandez trying to explode forward with an overhand right. And we're in the center at the moment as Kopylov backs away a little bit. Feints. Hernandez reacts. But nothing comes. Outside leg kick there by Hernandez. Kopylov again, continuing to move forwards. Hernandez backing up, kick coming into the midsection. Hernandez has got Kopylov up against the side of the cage, but Kopylov moves out the way. Hernandez looking for that takedown. Kopylov has now successfully defended 20 consecutive takedown attempts. That's a fun fact. 20 consecutive takedown attempts. I wonder what the record is for that. Shot coming in there by Hernandez. Left-hand jab. Right hand trying to go to the body as Kopylov steps into the center. Hernandez continuing to have a look as Kopylov throws out an outside leg kick. Lovely straight left there by Kopylov. At the moment, Kopylov has landed 9 significant strikes to Hernandez's 4. And Hernandez again trying to find a way forward. Outside leg kick coming in there by Kopylov. Hernandez has got Kopylov back against the side of the cage. Hernandez trying to find a way of getting Kopylov down. We've still got just over 2 minutes to go. If he can get him down here, that would be useful. He's managed to get him down to a knee. But Kopylov gets back up to his feet. Hernandez trying to find a way of dragging Kopylov down. But right now, Kopylov remaining on his feet. And at the moment, no joy. No joy as Kopylov breaks away. So Kopylov standing his ground in the center as Hernandez is standing in there with him as well. Throws in a shot, Hernandez. Kick coming in there by Kopylov. A couple of hook shots coming in by Hernandez. They seem to cause Kopylov a little bit of trouble. It allows Hernandez to drive Kopylov up against the side of the cage. Right now we're over by the fence. Hernandez all over Kopylov, trying to get the takedown. He's got him on one leg. Hernandez going to work at the moment, trying to get Kopylov down. But Kopylov is doing well to once again remain on his feet. We got 1 minute 9 seconds left on the clock. Hernandez trying to find a way of getting Kopylov down, but he still can't do it. He still can't do it. So far, none of 8 takedowns have been attempted. Kopylov at the moment has defended all of those takedown attempts. Amazing work. Amazing takedown defense here. So we're seeing the fight play out as we expected. Kopylov doing better on the feet. Not by loads, though. Not by loads. It's 10-8 in regards to significant strikes. Hernandez trying for takedowns. He's gone for 10, and he hasn't managed to get one yet. Kopylov is on his knee, though, at the moment. We've got 20-odd seconds left to go. He's right back up to his feet. Hernandez trying to throw in a big forearm there. And again, he's managed to get round the back here. Hernandez is going to try and ragdoll him down. We've got 8 seconds left to go. Knee coming in there by Hernandez. And again, 10-9. The optics aren't very good for Kopylov there, to be honest. Right at the end of the rounds, he was getting controlled quite a bit. So, I don't know, man. I think it's Hernandez that did take it. I mean, looking at the numbers, he managed to get a couple of knees in right at the end, and it looks like he just pulled ahead on significant strikes. So I think he did manage to take that round in the end. It's said that he registered a takedown as well. I mean, Kopylov was kind of down on his knees. They must have scored it. But Kopylov was doing really well to defend those takedowns. The problem that he's got is that when he is on the feet, he's not really making it count too much. He's got to be more effective on the feet. Right, wow, there we go. Feel free to, in the chat, let us know which way you think that first round went. We think that it's gone to Anthony Fluffy Hernandez. There's certainly a bit of damage on the nose of Kopylov as well. Doesn't look like there's any damage on Hernandez, so feeling pretty good that Hernandez takes that round. Here we go then, round number 2. Kopylov is showing some skill, said Trailblazing. Kopylov will win, said Mang. Kopylov in round 1, said Nikhil. We've got Hernandez coming forward. We've got Kopylov. Heavy leg kick there by Hernandez. Kick coming back by Kopylov. Kopylov standing his ground in the center. And right now we've got Hernandez circling rounds. Trying to find a way forward. Trying to see if he can land something. But this is where Kopylov has got to make his skills count. He is the better striker on the feet, but at the moment it's Hernandez that's just keeping things quite tight. Couple of shots coming in there by Hernandez, hook shots. Kopylov on his bike, retreating away. Big kick there by Kopylov, nicely blocked there by Hernandez. Head kick coming in, but it was blocked. Lovely little dig to the body there by Kopylov as well. Hernandez is just constant pressure. Constantly moving forwards. Constantly applying himself. And Kopylov throwing in knees. Throwing in kicks. Throwing in counters. Some of them... Oh, man, that kick to the body looked great by Kopylov. But Hernandez eats it. Moves forwards. Drives Kopylov up against the fence. And manages to jump on him at the moment. So right now we've got Kopylov facing the fence. We've got Hernandez who is grabbing a hold of Kopylov. And we're in a clinch at the moment. He's going to look to try and get him down to the ground. Kopylov is going to tire. He's had to defend a lot of takedowns. So he is sure to tire. But at the moment, Hernandez is not finding these takedowns. He's got 3 minutes in this round to find something. And there it is. There's the takedown. They did score him 1 in the first. They've scored him 3 for some reason, but that is definitely a takedown. Kopylov on the ground. Body lock is in. Now Hernandez is looking for a rear naked. Kopylov in a bit of trouble here. He's in a bit of trouble. Hernandez is on his back, asking questions. And is Kopylov going to be able to find any answers? Rear naked, but it's on the chin. It's on the chin. We have seen people tap. It does look tight. We're seeing Kopylov grimacing away. It's on the chin, though. It's not under the chin. It's on the chin. But we've still seen people tap to this. Kopylov is going bright reds. He's going red. He seems to be struggling. And he cannot break it at the moment. He's trying to get out. Oh, he survives. Kopylov survives. Oh, but now it's under the chin. Oh, Hernandez knows that he's got him. Hernandez is like, yeah. And there it is. Hernandez wins. Rear naked choke. He knew he had him as well. When it was on the chin, it looked like he really had Kopylov in trouble. So when it was on the chin, it looked like a problem. But then he managed to get out of that, but just go straight into getting it on again, but this time under the chin. And that was it. As soon as he had it under the chin, Hernandez was like, yeah. What's up? He knew he had him, man. He knew he had him. And he was right. It's a win for Fluffy Hernandez. Rear naked choke in round 2. And, oh, man. I feel sorry for Kopylov. I mean, it's his own fault, but he was not taking advantage on the feet. He was not being effective enough on the feet, and he was just having to defend a lot. And there was only so much defending he could do. Look at that. I love that bit there. He's like, yeah. So, rear naked choke victory for Anthony Hernandez. That's our first fight done on the main cards. A stacked main cards. And look at this. The double champ. The champ. Coming up next, Henry Cejudo taking on Merab in a fight that people are absolutely licking their lips over. Should be a good one, this. Should be a real good one. So, Henry Cejudo, obviously former 2-division champion, came back against Aljamain Sterling and came up short. I mean, there's no shame in coming back after being away for like 2-3 years and falling short against Aljamain Sterling. But I think that has now resulted in people looking at him and just questioning how good is he in 2024. Henry Cejudo is going to be coming in as the underdog in this next fight. Merab Dvalishvili -190. Henry Cejudo at +160. Cejudo, obviously a world champion wrestler. Decent boxing, strong grappling, good cardio, hits hard. And he is someone that has been a former flyweight and bantamweight champion. Really needs to take the fight here to Merab. Needs to dictate the fight. It's going to be close. I think they're quite evenly matched. Merab's going to be looking for takedowns. He is aggressive. He is relentless. He throws bombs. High energy, works from the start. Great powers of recovery as well. I mean, this is going to be so much fun. This is going to be so much fun. Merab Dvalishvili against Henry Cejudo. Cejudo's going to have to bring his A game to get past Merab. I don't think he'll do it. I think Merab is just going to have a bit too much. But Henry Cejudo, man, I mean, nothing but respect to the legend that is. And if anyone can do it, Henry Cejudo could be that guy. So it's going to be interesting. You know, came back from a few years away and ended up losing a split decision to Aljamain Sterling. There's no shade there. There's nothing to be ashamed of with that. But you know how MMA works. If you lose your last fight, then your next fight's always gonna be a little less favored. So people are looking at it, seeing that he lost his last fight, questioning as to whether he's still got it. And, you know, he's coming in now as an underdog, but it's just not that simple, is it? Dan Henderson is in the crowds, as is Mario Lopez. The Korean Zombie is in the crowd as well. So the stars are out tonight for UFC 298. And as we said earlier, we are waiting to see if they're going to announce the main event of UFC 300. If they do, I'm guessing it'll be just before the main event, if they do. I wish Cejudo would win, but Mer is a beast, said Mer Philpott. I need Merab, Gary, Whittaker, Volk for £133. What do you think? Merab I've got, Gary I've got, Whittaker I've got, and Volk I've got. So, I mean, all I can tell you is that I've got those as well. But are all of them going to come in? Are all of them going to go the way that we think it's going to go? MMA does tend to throw in a surprise, so good luck. A. Jobson said, super close one. Henry Cejudo being 37 really scares me. Given Merab's pace and style, I'm going to trust that Cejudo is just the more elite athlete, and that will help him defend the wrestling. Jordan said Merab almost competed in the Olympics as well. Finley's going with Merab. If Cejudo lost to Aljo, I don't think he'll stand a chance against Merab. Yeah, I mean, the only thing is, though, he did lose to Aljo. There's no shame in that. And it was after being out of the game for a good few years. Granted, he does a lot of training with people, but it's different, isn't it, than actually having a fight yourself. So he'd been out of it for a few years. I don't know. Did he need a warm-up fight before facing Aljamain Sterling? If we were to do it again after this fight, if Henry was to win, you know, could we see a different result? It's hard to say. You know, this is the part of trying to figure out who's going to win that's quite tricky. I don't know how much we can take from that last fight, other than Cejudo is definitely still a threat. We know that much. He's definitely still a threat. Cejudo and the over. Lady Luck shine on me, said Michael. James said Volk wins after 5. This could be Henry's last fight. Oh, it could, yeah. If he loses here, it really could. If he wins, then obviously I think we're continuing. But if he loses, then I think, I think that he will go back to retirement. There's not really any way forward after this. He doesn't need the money or anything. I think he came back just to really test himself. But Merab is the pick. But Cejudo can definitely cause some problems. At the age of 37, no way, said Devarsio. Jordan said Aljo is the better fighter between him and Merab. It could be Henry's last fights. I have Gary, but he looked flabby at the weigh-in, said Michael. A. Jobson said, I go with Merab Dvalishvili at minus 230. Is that what he is now? Is he minus 230 now? When I looked about 48 hours ago, he was minus 190. He has got a wacky inverted face lock. Dvalishvili could ignite the performance. Jordan said, I don't think that Ilja Topuria is going to go to decision. Jordan, who do you think is going to win? Who do you think is going to take the victory in our main event tonight? I can tell you that we've had a fair few people vote in. We've had over 1,290 votes. Over 1,290 votes. And 69% of people think that Volkanovski is going to get the job done. So we're looking at about 70-30. About 70-30 is where we are. So Volkanovski, that's my pick as well. I've got Volk and I've got Whittaker also. I want Volk, said Jordan. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We're on 413. We're trying to see if we can get close to 1,000. Obviously, we've got massive fights coming up. The interest for this card is absolutely through the roof. And it should be a real fun one. Here we go, said Rivi. So, an announcement is being made. 2024 Pioneer Wing Hall of Fame inductee Wanderlei Silva takes his rightful place inside the Hall of Fame. And he's there as well. Wanderlei Silva going into the Pioneer Wing of the 2024 Hall of Fame. People coming over and congratulating him. Joe Rogan said he is a legend. What he did in the early days of Pride. I'm just like, oh yeah, Tony Ferguson is there. I was looking because I thought that was Tony Ferguson, and it is. Yeah, very cool. Very, very cool. Rogan said Wanderlei Silva really defined that shoot-a-box style. And what he achieved in Japan, what he achieved in his career, very, very worthy of going into the Hall of Fame. Joe Rogan's got a Starbucks cup and it's got Rogan written on the side. Makes sense. It's probably a lot of Joes. Right. Merab is going to smash him like Hulk, said Alan. Well deserved for Wanderlei. What a legend, said Mouldy Spoon. So they are just talking about his induction at the moment, but we should be going over to our next fight very, very soon. Wanderlei Silva is one of the big legends, says Joe Rogan. So UFC 301 is coming from Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. First event in Rio since UFC 283. So UFC 301 coming from Rio de Janeiro. Oh, I wondered if they were going to give us the 300 news, but they didn't. Instead, we're looking at the top 5 bantamweights. Sean O'Malley is the champ. Aljamain Sterling is at 1. Merab at 2. Henry Cejudo at 3. Number 2 takes on number 3 in the bantamweight division next. Let's go. Hate to say it, but Topuria is very strong, said Michael, and his striking is on point. He wants this belt, and he is deserving of it. Brazil is the birthplace of modern MMA, said Mr. Quake. Cejudo is a value bet, said Savs. I thought Topuria was a 155-pounder, said Duvasso. Kieran is cheering for CM Punk. Right, here we go. Look, we got the video package for Cejudo. Obviously, stepping away after winning both of those titles and returning against Aljamain Sterling. Said, this is personal for me now. He said it's like a vendetta. I can tell you that on Tapology, I actually didn't look at this, but on Tapology, 80% of people have gone with Merab, 20% have gone with Cejudo. So Tapology are really not feeling the chances of Henry Cejudo on this one. Which I must admit, I am surprised that people aren't giving him more of an opportunity or more of a chance. But he did lose, as we said. It was a little while ago now, in all fairness. It was in May of 2023 that he lost against Aljamain Sterling. So we haven't seen him for, coming up to nearly a year. I mean, we're looking at a good, 10 months. Before that, he fought in 3 years before that. So he's only had one fight since May of 2020. And that was a loss to Aljamain Sterling. But as we said, it was a split decision. So he beat Dominic Cruz second round. Good performance, dominant performance. Before that, he beat Marlon Moraes. Before that, he beat TJ Dillashaw. And then, of course, before that, his big win over Demetrius Johnson. Split decision, going all the way back to 2018. What can he do here against Merab? What can he do against Merab? This is one of the big names in recent years of UFC. And he said, maybe it is time I hang them up. I think a loss here, he definitely does. A loss here, I'm fairly sure he does. Right, David, shout out to you. Said, Henry needs quiche. Imagine if he stayed. Big pay. He left when he quits. I grew up in Phoenix, Arizona. Still a boxing town. Sincerely, the Mexican monster. David, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Big pay. He left when he quits. Well, let's see. Let's see if he is going to be able to return. So people are thinking that he is done. People are thinking that Henry's time at the top is over. This is quite the challenge. I mean, you don't mess around with Merab. He is an absolute wild man. He's going to be 4 years younger. He's got a UFC record of 9-2. And here comes Triple C. Triple C steps out, makes his way down to the octagon. As we said, one of the biggest names in the modern era of UFC. Champ, 2 belts on his shoulders. It's not a sight that we've seen many times, but this was someone that managed to achieve it. This is someone that is heavily respected, trains a lot of fighters, made his return after 3 years away, just fell a little short against Aljamain Sterling. What does he do here against Merab? One of 4 two-division simultaneous champions in UFC history. Only 4 people have achieved what he's achieved. He's got the best bottom position percentage in UFC flyweight history, 0.2%. And he does carry some serious power. He's got decent boxing. He hits hard. He's got strong grappling. But of course, it's all about that world-class wrestling that he possesses. Joe Rogan said he is absolutely one of the best combat sports athletes of all time. Cejudo to win by decision is plus 450. Merab to win by decision is minus 165. Fight to go the distance, minus 280. So the odds are saying it's going to go the distance and that Merab is going to get the decision. Can Cejudo change that thinking? Getting your final thoughts. Which way do you think this is going to go? Triple C is inside the octagon. And we're just waiting for Merab to make his way down. This our second fight of the main card. As here comes Merab. Making his way out. Seems to have some real support here, Merab. We're seeing the Georgian flags out and proud. Georgia loves its MMA fighters. Do tend to see whenever there's a Georgian fighter in action, we do see a real increase in interest. One of 8 Georgians in UFC history. Joe Rogan calls him the epitome of volume. Merab Dvalishvili. Big smile on his face. Relishing this opportunity that he's got to step in there with an absolute legend get a big scalp on his resume, and move forward towards that title fight. A win here for Merab surely means his next. Topuria is a Georgian fighter. Change the screen to this fight. We can do that. We aim to please. I need the under to keep my 10-pick parlay alive, said Michael. 9-fight win streak overall for Merab. Enjoy these moments, says Damo. It's true, man. I mean, you've got you've got Henry Cejudo in there. We're about to watch Henry Cejudo fight in what very realistically could be his last fight. Let's see how this plays out. Right, both fighters inside the octagon, about to get their intros. Merab is running around. He's fired up, man. He's just constant work. Volume. Just an absolute ball of energy. High energy. Relentless aggression. And minus 290 favorite. Henry Cejudo coming in as a plus 235 underdog. 48 hours ago, those odds were a little bit closer. They've gotten wider as time has gone by. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We are on 463. 463. Here's Merab, ranked number 2 in the division. Henry Cejudo at number 3. 4 years difference between them. And there is a 4-inch reach advantage for Merab. Right, Bruce Buffer doing his thing. A1 Steak said John Jones is going to beat Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins to unify the UFC and WWE heavyweight championships. A. Jobson said, in my opinion, Kopylov is far from being a bad fighter. He's a great striker, that he's just not a boxer. He uses his feet and hands. He is a finisher, and he's got good takedown defense. Merab minus 250 is crazy, said Michael. Jobson said need to improve the grappling, but at 32, whilst he's still very young, he's still got time to make the improvements. Carl said, I hate how Kenny Smith thinks he is an expert at a dunk contest. There is basketball going on tonight. Days, what's up? Sneaks, shout out to you. Hope you are well. I used to hate watching Merab, but I've now got respect for his game, says Mats. Nice. Let's go, said Trailblazing. Cejudo is going to get the upset. Well, there seems to be a lot of Georgian support here for Merab. He's getting a great reaction. Plenty of Georgian flags in the crowds. Bruce Buffer just doing his intro. It's got a big fight feel, this, man. It really has got a big fight feel. Okay. Jonathan Romero is the referee for this one, and we're about to get underway. The machine. For the non-human like Merab, said John Anik. Here we go then. Henry Cejudo against Merab underway. UFC 298. Loud crowds. Lots of excitement. Merab on the outside. Leg kick there by Cejudo. Okay, we've got both guys in the center. Spin kick there by Merab, but just fall short. Cejudo having a little look. Merab standing his ground. Spin kick again. Fall short. Cejudo comes in, tries to throw in a hook shot, but Merab gets out the way. Right now we've got Cejudo having a little look. Backing up a little bit. Tentative start by both guys. Both trying to find openings at the moment. This, of course, in the bantamweight division. Cejudo circling around, constantly moving, using that lateral movement. Goes to the body, then goes upstairs. Leg kick coming in there by Cejudo. And quite close there as Merab, I think, just managed to catch Cejudo. Cejudo backing up a little bit. Merab putting that pressure on, teasing a spin kick, but doesn't throw it. Merab standing his ground in the middle as Cejudo continues to move forward. Lovely left hand there by Cejudo. Merab got rocked, but he's okay. But definitely got clipped. Just a little warning sign there that Cejudo is definitely going to be a threat. Leg kick coming in there by Cejudo. Merab again having a little look. Cejudo backing up a little bit as Merab puts that pressure on. Kick coming into the midsection. Cejudo having a little look as he circles round. Merab, heavy leg kick by Merab. Heavy leg kick. At the moment, it is 6-4 in favor of Merab. But, I mean, that's close, and it feels close as well at the moment. Both guys looking for an opening, looking for an opportunity. And Merab just grabs the leg of Cejudo. Lovely trip. Great work. Grabbed the leg, took the other leg away. Henry Cejudo goes down. Merab is on top of Henry Cejudo. Cejudo getting back up to his feet. And again, managing to... I think there was a back elbow that was kind of sneakily in there from Cejudo, who is right back up to his feet. He's not kept down. We got 2 minutes 20 odd on the clock as Cejudo... Oh, shot coming in there by Merab. Oh, man, it's such a good fight. Merab catches Cejudo, and as he came in to follow up, Cejudo with some brilliant grappling and wrestling, getting Merab down. Right now, he's keeping him down as well. So he's managed to get the takedown and keep him down. So right now, we've got Merab on his back. We've got Cejudo on top. We're right in the center of the octagon. Really interesting fight, this. Really good fight. Merab is on his back. Oh, yes. Let's go, Cejudo. Throwing in some shots. Looking for submissions. Asking some questions. Merab is really... trying to find a way of getting out of this. He grabs a hold of the wrist of Cejudo, but it doesn't stop these big shots from still coming in. Cejudo looking, trying to get round the back. Merab gets to a seated position. Cejudo is round the back though. Shot coming into the side of the head. Merab rolls. No joy. Cejudo throws in a couple of shots again. Cejudo showing that he is absolutely still a threat in this division. Knee strikes coming in there by Cejudo. Merab on his feet. We're over by the side of the cage. Got just over 40 odd seconds to go. It's been an absolutely fascinating round. Absolutely fascinating. Knee strikes coming in there by Cejudo. He's got Merab up against the side of the cage. Knee strike coming back there by Merab. Cejudo throwing in some shots. Knee strike coming in there by Merab. Cejudo has got Merab pinned up against the side of the fence. Nice little reversal there by Merab. Oh, big knee by Cejudo. Big knee. Oh, lovely right hands. Merab is definitely being asked some questions here. But what we're seeing is that we're seeing just the volume, the work rate of Merab may still have given him that round. If we look at the numbers, Merab 12-5. They're saying to Merab, be careful of the clinch. Look at the volume. 62 total strikes, 45 landed, 29 significant strikes, 12 landed. You know, all of those numbers are more impressive than Henry's numbers. But Henry definitely asking some questions. There was a shot there that rocked Merab, but it didn't put him down. Yeah, it was good. He managed to stumble Merab backwards, but he couldn't get him down. There was a takedown in there by Merab. He did manage to get a takedown. I think it's I'm leaning to a Merab round on that. I don't think there's any damage. But Merab is built right now. Right, here we go. Feel free to let us know which way you thought that first round went. I am leaning to Merab, but Cejudo showing that he's going to be a problem in this fight. Here we go. Round number two. Round number two underway. Merab standing his ground in the center. Cejudo on the outside. Merab having a little look as he throws in some jabs. Cejudo is circling round. Triple C ending strong. Cejudo trying to make you remember, said Derek Brunson. Makachev is watching. He's got hashtag UFC298 and a popcorn emoji. Merab standing his ground in the center as Cejudo tries to get into the middle. Outside leg kick there by Merab. Another low kick coming in there by Triple C. Cejudo circling rounds. Cejudo trying to grab a hold of the leg. He's round the back of Merab. Right now, he is keeping Merab down on the ground, but Merab managing to get back up to his feet. We're in the clinch. We're over by the side of the cage. They break apart. Merab trying to get his hands going, but we know that Cejudo is a great boxer as well. These two exchanging some shots. Low kick coming in there by Merab. Cejudo circling round as Merab continues to put the pressure on. And Cejudo backing up a little bit. Merab moving forward. Couple of jabs coming in. Lovely right hand there by Merab. And he's driving Cejudo back. Significant strikes so far. 23 for Merab. 11 for Cejudo. It's just work, isn't it? Oh, lots of big shots there by Merab. And I think that Cejudo's had to eat a couple of those. Cejudo definitely just looking a little bit sluggish momentarily. He's going to need to shake off those shots. He's coming forward. Hook shot there by Triple C. Triple C trying to find a way forward. Going to the body. Going upstairs. Merab just looking the better here. He's looking the better. Cejudo is not really offering a great deal. Big swing. Merab ducked underneath that shot. He grabs the leg of Cejudo. Merab trips Henry. Henry goes down. I think Henry is still foggy from the shot that he ate around about a minute ago. Knee coming into the side of the leg there by Merab. Cejudo is just down on his knees. He's trying to get over to the side of the cage. Merab throwing in these knee strikes. Cejudo trying to work his way back up to his feet. Merab again just throwing in these knees. And he's trying to ragdoll Cejudo around, and he manages to get him back down. It just feels like it's one-way traffic at the moment. We're not seeing much being offered by Henry Cejudo. Yeah, he does seem to be breathing heavy. This fight seemed to change about a minute and a half ago when Henry Cejudo ate a couple of big shots. Kick coming in there by Cejudo. He's back on his feet. He's trying to bounce around, trying to get it back into this fight. If we look at the numbers, 40 significant strikes to 12. Merab is up. Swing and a miss there by Triple C. Merab again having a little look. We're back on the feet. We're right in the center of the octagon. Merab putting the pressure on Cejudo at the moment. Cejudo coming back with some big shots. Merab comes forward. Cejudo tries to grab the leg. He's trying to get Merab down. No joy. Merab, big knee. Big knee by Merab. Cejudo goes down to his knees. And at the moment, we've got a bit of a guillotine applied, but he's not looking for that. Merab is in control. I think Merab took the first, and I think he definitely is taking the second. Cejudo seems to be tiring. And are we going to see the gloves be put down in the ring, in the octagon, if he does go on to lose this fight, Triple C? But look at this. He's got to hold it. Look at that. Merab talking to the crowd. He's got a real tight guillotine applied. It's really tight. He's talking to the crowds. Oh, God. The round ends. Cejudo survives, but it's nothing more than survival. Wow. Merab had that guillotine on, and he was talking to the crowd, or talking to the judges, or talking to Dana. He was talking to someone, and it looked tight. It looked tight. Cejudo's corner are saying you need to win this round. Stay put for 2 minutes. Get the takedown after 2 minutes. Go quick with your strikes. That's what they're saying to Cejudo. That guillotine, man, it was in. Oh, it was Mark Zuckerberg. Oh. Marab was talking to Mark Zuckerberg as he's got Henry Cejudo in a guillotine. Mark Zuckerberg's like, yeah. He was loving it, man. He was loving it. Right, here we go then. Merab in the center of the octagon. What can Cejudo do? Right now, it's 45 significant strikes to 14. 45 to 14. Cejudo in the center with Merab. We know what they've just said to Triple C. We know what they want him to do. Again, he's trying to throw a big overhand there. Kick coming back, though, by Merab. Cejudo has still got the ability to win this fight. Make no mistake about it. But it is Merab's to lose at this stage. Right now, he grabs the leg of Triple C. He's got Triple C on one leg. Drives him back against the cage. Knee strikes coming in there by Merab. He's just got Cejudo up against the fence, throwing in these little knee strikes. I don't think there's much power behind them, but they're just effective little things. They're saying there might be a broken forearm. That's got to be on Cejudo. I certainly can't see that. I can't see that. Knee strikes coming in by Merab. Right now, we've got Merab has got Cejudo right up against the fence. Cejudo is facing the fence, and Merab is just throwing in these little knee strikes. Cejudo's managed to break away, though. Whatever he's got planned, he really needs to produce it now, as we've got just over 3 minutes left. Before the fight started, Merab by decision was what the bookies were looking at. It certainly feels like it's going that way. It's a bit scrappy in there at the moment, but Merab is continuing to work, continuing to move forwards. Yeah, the pace is ridiculous. You can understand why Cejudo is gassing a bit. Merab is just constantly moving forward, constantly applying that pressure, constantly working. Cejudo on the outside, circling round as Merab again continues to throw out a jab, continues to move forwards. Cejudo manages to get Merab off of him. Merab again on the outside, taking a few steps forwards. Cejudo backing up a little bit as Merab continues to apply that pressure. We got just over 2 minutes to go. Shot coming in, lovely right hand by Merab. Cejudo backing up. Merab grabs him, drives him against the cage, picks him up, carries Cejudo over the other side and slams him down. So Merab picked up Cejudo, walked over to the other side, dumped him down right in front of his friend, Mark Zuckerberg. And Joe Rogan said, what a dominant performance this is from Merab. Georgia will be bouncing right now as Merab is just 1 minute and 30 seconds away from securing a victory over an absolute legend. And over the number 3 ranked fighter, round 3, total strikes, Merab 62, Henry Cejudo 5. Merab is all over Cejudo, all over him. Cejudo passes Clay Guida for 3rd most takedowns landed in UFC history, 79 and counting. He's managed to get 5 in this fight. Cejudo back up on his feet as Merab keeps Henry Cejudo pinned against the cage. Merab just looking so good. So good. This really could be 30-27, 30-27, 30-27. 30-odd seconds for Henry Cejudo to do something, find something. He tries to come forward. Shots coming in by Merab. 20-odd seconds left. Outside leg kick into a clinch. Cejudo trying to drag Merab down, but no joy. Shots coming in by Merab. We got 10 seconds left to go. Merab just throwing in these shots to the side of the body. Merab with his arms out, celebrating away. Cejudo can't land anything, and there's the end of the fight. The Georgian fans erupt in the crowds. Merab jumps over the cage and touches the hand of Mark Zuckerberg. What a performance by Merab, says Joe Rogan, and it really is. Bretsky said Cejudo is overrated. Yeah, the people of Georgia are going to be absolutely bouncing right now, and so they should be. That is one hell of a performance. One hell of a performance. J14 said goodbye, Cejudo. Zuckerberg against Elon Musk for UFC 300. Let's go, man. Let's go. Imagine if that's the main event they've sorted. Elon Musk against Mark Zuckerberg headlines UFC 300. Let's go. Retirement fight for Cejudo, said Popey. Henry being beat by a real Mexican, said Tron. I picked Merab for my parlay, said Nocturnal L05. Yeah, I think it's definitely going to go that way. It's just, how many rounds do they give him? Do they score it 29-28 or is it a 30-27? I think it's a 30-27. But here we go. We're going to get the official decision. So, second fight on the main cards. Going the distance. Bruce Buffer with the judges' scorecards. All three. 29-28. Merab's like, okay. So all three score it 29-28. But either way, it's a unanimous decision win for Merab Dvalishvili. Get that title. Henry Cejudo says to Merab, get that title. And obviously, a lot of people are interested to see if Henry is going to leave the gloves. Henry is just over with his team. He said the biggest fight of your career and the biggest win of your career to Merab, the machine. It's got to be him next. It's got to be him next. For you to do that against an Olympic gold medalist, a former 2-division champion, is very impressive. Henry has got tiny legs. Time to retire for a great champion, said Stacey. Imagine doing that to an Olympic gold medalist. It's impressive AF, said A. Jobson. There's nothing triple about Henry. Well, you say that, but if he does retire now, he could come back again in a year's time and retire. He could be triple retirement. We might be about to see double retirement. We're only one away. I wanted more rounds. 3 rounds is nothing, guys. Oh, there's Sean O'Malley. Sean O'Malley looking relatively unimpressed. Marab said, I love you guys. You recognize hard work. I don't have to work anymore. I quit my job 4 or 5 years ago. I thank God and I thank the UFC. Yeah. So Sean O'Malley against Marlon Vera. Surely Marab gets the winner of that. Marab said, I've been calling for Sean O'Malley since 2018. Oh, he loves the mic, doesn't he? He'll just talk and talk and talk. Marab loves it. Marab loves talking as much as he loves fighting. He gives a shout out to the Georgians, and there's a massive roar. I believe Topuria will be champion tonight, says Marab. That gets a big reaction as well. There are some boos also, though. Marab is just too good, said Young Boys FC. Ian Gary's nutritionist has just pulled out, said Toka Talk. I wanted to know about Cejudo and what was going on there. Marab just kept going and going and going. He might have spoke for so long that Cejudo's changed his mind. Miles Teller in the crowds. No sign of Cejudo. Michael Chandler is in the crowds. Jamal Hill is in the crowd as well. Absolutely stacked full of fighters there tonight. Right, Americans are lousy fighters because they have it too good in the USA. There's no real hunger, said RP. Right, here we go. Please, MMA gods, make him. They did talk and talk and talk and talk. But, you know, he is someone that the Georgians are obviously massively proud of. And every time that we see a Georgian fighter fight, we always see an increase in interest in the stream. People definitely turn up and turn out for when the Georgian fighters are competing. So that'll be a big event, man, when he gets his shot at a title. Right, here we go. I mean, where the flip do you start with this? So if you are joining us and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. Greatly appreciated. Jeff Neal against Ian Gary. And I feel like there's a few different things to talk about with Ian Garry. You can talk about Ian Garry the fighter, or you can talk about Ian Garry the man, right? And obviously there's a lot to talk about with both. But for now, we'll focus on Ian Garry the fighter because he's about to take on Jeff Neal. Obviously, we know about the T-shirt that he wore that had the mugshot on. This fight was meant to happen a while ago. That's getting cancelled, getting postponed. We're getting it now. Ian Garry is coming in as a minus 245 favourite. Jeff Neal at plus 195. Ian Garry has got good volume. He's 6-0 in the UFC. Dangerous check left hook. He's a striker. He's explosive. He's aggressive. He's got great ground and pounds. He's got good low kicks. Striking from the outside. Moves well, always looking for a finish. He's got technical kickboxing. He's got good clinch work. 13-0 overall, 6-0 in the UFC. As we said, a dangerous striker, and he is coming in as favourite. Jeff Neal is someone that's going to need to land that left hand. If he can land that left hand and rock Ian Garry and follow up on it, there's maybe a chance. But to be honest, I don't know how much of a chance. He's got a few cardio questions. He does have good hand speed though, and he could be countered. He's got good footwork. He's got big body kicks. He's got good hand speeds. But yeah, I mean, look, Ian Garry is the favourite, and I think rightfully so. But people are going to want Ian Garry to lose. He is not Mr. Popular. He has not made himself a popular person in the UFC. I think wearing that shirt of the mugshot definitely turned people against him. Obviously, his wife and the book that she had out, How to Be a Wag, which is like how to get a... basically how to be the wife or a girlfriend of like a rich sports star, definitely was something that people couldn't believe she had written. She says, in all fairness though, that book, that thing was like not meant to be taken seriously. It was meant to be like a fun, just little quirky thing. But obviously that's not how it's been received. Obviously Ian Garry got kicked out of Leon Edwards' gym as well. And there was Ian Garry said it was because of the fact that they saw him as a threat, but that's not what was being reported by the gym. The gym was saying that he was not being very respectful. And, you know, you've got to turn up on time. You've got to show respect to the gym. So there's a few question marks around all of that. And then, of course, Ian Garry works with the ex-husband of his wife now. And so that's got a few people asking some questions as well. So there's just all this drama and all this stuff that's kind of come out in the last 6 months. It's just been a steady stream of just, you know, just stuff, the distractions, a steady stream of distractions. And he has been in interviews and said that it really has took his toll on him, you know, and how his wife has kind of been called all the different names under the sun and how it's really like affected them. So, I mean, look, I don't think that'll show itself in the fight. I don't think that that's something that is going to play in a part here, but he is definitely the talk, or has been the talk of the MMA world, and he is fighting Jeff Neal next. A lot of people want to see Ian Garry lose, but I don't know that Jeff Neal is going to be the person to do it. So it's a very interesting story, though, isn't it? It's a very, very interesting situation. But I am going to go with Ian Garry to pick up the victory. So Jeff Neal is 33. Ian Garry is 26. There's 7 years between them. Jeff Neal is ranked 8th. Garry is ranked 10th. And obviously fighting out of Ireland. A lot of hype around him, and he is still undefeated. He could go on to be a big, big star. He's definitely got the attention of the MMA fans. I just don't think Neal's going to do it. Jeff does need to take the dub, said Pam. Neal for the dub. I don't watch wrestling, said Palapa, but I am here for UFC. Thank you. You're my favourite listening method. Palapa, shout out to you, my friends. Yeah, we do cover professional wrestling primarily. And it does kind of get in the way. Unfortunately, when we started the channel, wrestling was always in the week and on a Sunday, and it meant that on a Saturday we didn't have anything going on. So it meant that we could do UFC every single week. But unfortunately, for some reason, they've now switched wrestling from a Sunday to a Saturday. And that now means that it now does collide and interfere with like the UFC. Thankfully, they always make sure that we don't have like big shows going up against big shows. So thankfully, if it is going to be a big wrestling event, then it's normally a fight night, you know? So it means that we can at least do the pay-per-views. And we do try to do more than that as well. But it's just a real shame. I mean, we went years of just doing like UFC every single weekend, and it's just become a bit more difficult now. But I love it, man. Oh, I've been watching UFC for 15 years, like on a regular basis. Before that, it was kind of something that I would watch if, like, you know, there was some fighters that I liked. But I really got into it more around the time that, like, Anderson Silva was really cooking, and around the time that Brock Lesnar was coming in. That's kind of when my interest went to, like, a whole different level. And yeah, I love it. I mean, what a card we've got tonight as well. There is Ian Gary making his way down and giving his wife a big kiss. She's got a big smile on her face, of course. Okay, Ian Gary making his way down. Hopefully Neil is going to knock him out, says Adam. A. Jobson said, I'm sticking with Gary at minus 240. He's got a cryptic Vulcan nerve pinch and a nutty hammer fist. Biblob, shout out to you. Said someone is named True Blowjob Gaming and they're third on Tapology. Let's go. I think we all know that's William Hensey. William Hensey's burner account. RP said UFC is becoming WWE, sadly. I think it's really interesting, actually, because like when I was growing up, there was UFC, but it was obviously very small. You know, it only started in '93, so I mean, it was really unknown. It was only really known in certain circles, but as the years have gone by, it's obviously gained in popularity. But yeah, a lot of people that I think used to really enjoy pro wrestling enjoyed it because it was two people kind of battling to be the best. And, you know, pro wrestling was cheeky. It operated in that kind of kayfabe, didn't want to tell you what was really going on. Was it real? Was it scripted? You know, there's obviously everyone knows now, but it used to try to protect itself back in the day. But yeah, now that UFC's come along, this kind of, I think, has really served that more adult market. And so I think there's a place for both in the world. I think there's, I'm a fan of both. I've been a fan of both for a long, long time. And I don't think either are like a threat to each other. There's because they're different enough where, you know, you can enjoy them both for what they are. But here's Jeff Neal making his way down. Hands of Steel MMA. Biblob, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. Days, what's the start time for Elimination Chamber? I don't know, buds. I don't know. Thanks for the shout outs. Here's a coffee for you. Thank you, my friend. Could do with a little coffee, actually. The stress of all the technical difficulties that we suffered has meant that I've probably do with a little coffee. I have got a Red Bull, though, so that'll do. Right, we got Jeff Neal against Ian Gary. And after this fight, there's just two fights left. Robert Whittaker against Paulo Costa. And then, of course, Volkanovski takes on Ilya Topuria. So we've got 3 fights left to go. Are we going to get a finish in this one? Let me know. How do you think this is going to go? Who's going to win? How are they going to do it? Jeff Neal has won 3 of his last 4 by knockout. And I tell you what, if he knocks out Ian Gary, that's all you're going to see on social media. Social media will absolutely flipping love that. It's minus 105 that this fight does not go the distance. Minus 105, this does not go the distance. Okay, so Neal is in there. Gary is in there. We're about to get underway with our 3rd fight. Everyone smash the like button if Ian Gary is a wag, said David. Mr. Unfamiliar said, watching Pride as it happened was the best sports entertainment spectacle, right up there with the WWF Attitude Era. Gary coming in with a big height advantage, but actually a disadvantage when it comes to reach. Jeff Neal is shorter, but has got a longer reach. The difference here is 7 years. Is that going to play a factor? Ian Gary, minus 240 favourite. Boos for Ian Gary. Fighting out of Dublin, Ireland. Could you imagine the kind of things that Conor would be able to say to Ian Gary if they were to fight? I know that he idolizes Conor, but if... there we go. Ian Gary loving that intro. Oh, man. And they cut to the wife and she's like... oh, man. You know that a load of MMA fans in that moment were like, oh. That has just triggered a load of people. Right, Jeff Neal is getting his intro. Your goal in life can't want to be McGregor. That is Gary's mom in a letter. She made this for her son after she told her that he was going to dedicate himself to being a professional fighter. Bitblob said, I spent so much on coffee yesterday, I ordered myself a nice coffee machine. Oh, very nice. You'll have to let me know if it's any good when it arrives. Right, here we go then, my friends. 3rd fight. Yeah, this is a big one. Right, Machado Gary against Neal. So Gary is in green, standing his ground in the center of the octagon. Neal is circling around on the outside, coming in and throwing in a heavy leg kick. Neal again continuing to circle round as a kick comes into the body there by Gary. Neal again coming into the center as Gary backs away a little bit. Outside leg kick there by Neal. Gary again having a little look, edging forward as Neal circles round. Gary just staying in the center. Head kick coming in there by Gary. That was blocked. That was good though. Neal is edging forward. Gary backing up. Inside leg kick coming in there by Neal. It's quite quiet. They're getting settled in as the kick comes into the midsection by Gary. Gary being very watchful as Neal continues to edge forwards. Gary goes back into the center as Neal edges forwards again. Jab coming in there by Gary. He's constantly throwing stuff to try and keep Jeff Neal at bay. Jeff Neal ranked 8th. Ian Gary 10th. Jeff Neal edging forward as Gary stays on the outside. That's a lovely shot to the body there by Gary though. Good lateral movement by Gary as well. At the moment, very, very close. Ooh. Lovely right hand there by Gary, but a leg kick coming back by Jeff Neal. Gary is moving from side to side as Jeff Neal continues to edge forward. Gary backed up against the cage. He gets out of there. Smile on his face as a right hand goes straight down the middle. Head kicks blocked by Jeff Neal. He's doing a good job of blocking those. Gary again circling round. Trying to find a better position as Neal stands his ground in the middle. Gary again having a little look, edging forward. Nice jab coming in there by Gary. There's a couple of shots coming back by Jeff Neal. Couple of shots straight down the middle. Drives Gary back against the fence. And he's got him in a clinch at the moment. So right now, Gary up against the cage. And we are seeing Neal in control. He's got Gary up against the fence. But he's not really doing much with this position. Right now, we're just sort of in a bit of a clinch. But crowd getting a little bit restless. Neal in control. Gary trying to break away from the side of the cage. It's a very close round at the moment. 8-7 significant strikes in favor of Jeff Neal. Ian Gary has managed to reverse that position. So Ian Gary driving Neal back against the cage, but lovely reversal there by Jeff Neal. Jeff Neal reversing Gary. Right now we've got not a lot happening. It's just a reversing of clinching. You've got to do something with these positions. Getting control time by itself doesn't really do anything. The judges don't really care about that. And we're seeing Gary break away. So he manages to escape. 9-7 now for Jeff Neal. We got 50-odd seconds left to go. Jab coming in there by Gary. Gary, I think, needs to have a little flurry at the end here. To just really take this round. Couple of shots coming in there by Jeff Neal. Says that Gary has just pulled ahead. Just pulled ahead. And now Neal gets it back. It's absolutely back and forth at the moment. 12-11 as Neal is moving forward. Shot coming in there by Gary. Knee to the midsection there by Gary as well. Jab coming in there by Gary. Jeff Neal again continuing to move forward. Got Gary backing up. Kick coming into the midsection. Right now on screen, 12-12. Significant strikes. Jeff Neal getting a couple of shots off. 14-13. It is anyone's. I feel like Jeff Neal is the one that's been putting the pressure on. And there we go. End of the round. I didn't actually hear like a buzzer or anything at the end of that round. But either way, there we go. The round has come to an end. Let me know in the chat who you think has took that. Genuinely, I think you could give it Jeff Neal. I mean, according to the unofficial numbers, he did manage to land 3 more significant strikes. He did get 1 minute 10 control time, but we know it's about what you do with that control time. But honestly, the unofficial numbers look good for Jeff Neal. But Ian Gary's corner seemed to be happy with what he's done. They're telling him it was a good round. Right, well, look, good from Jeff Neal. Alan said it was Gary that won it. A. Jobson said, holy shiz, Neal could pull this off. He could pull this off. Right, here we go. We're about to get underway with round number 2. 10-9 Neal, but Gary starting to find his range at the end of the round. Okay, we've got, I don't know why, but we've lost the sound on TNT Sport momentarily. Right, we are back underway. There we go. Lovely. Yeah, I've got it 10-9 Neal, but it's very close, says Paul Fontaine. Teddy Atlas said, Gary Neal, deep waters for Gary. Can he get through into Ian Gary's neighborhoods? Right, both guys in the middle right now. We've got Jeff Neal moving forwards. Couple of lovely shots there by Ian Gary, though.
He gets his shots off and then he gets out of there. Nice knee to the midsection. This is better by Ian Gary. But Jeff Neal grabs him, drives him back against the cage. Good work. Jeff Neal grabbing Ian Gary. Let's see if he can capitalize on this. Couple of moments there in the early stages of this round that were looking quite good for Ian Gary. Jeff Neal has got him pinned up against the fence at the moment. Crowd quite quiet. Just seeing a bit of cage clinch work right now. It's not the most captivating thing in the world. And we're seeing Ian Gary trying to break away from the side of the cage. Jeff Neal has got him pinned up against the fence. Ian Gary trying to break away and the crowd getting a little bit restless. You can hear a few boos. The crowd want more action from this fight, but Ian Gary breaks away. So Ian Gary goes into the center. Jeff Neal on the outside. Lovely little hook shot coming in there by Ian Gary as Jeff Neal continues to move forward. Knee strike coming in there by Jeff Neal. Ian Gary again moving forward. I don't know if Ian Gary's got a bit of damage on his nose or if that was just a shadow. But looked like there was a little blood or something, but it may have been a shadow. Just got a very quick glimpse. We'll have a little look at that. We know the judges do like damage. And at the moment, 19-19. That would suggest that Ian Gary is up in this round. He was down by 3 at the end of the first. Jeff Neal continuing to move forward. Ian Gary circling round as both fighters are back into the center. Inside leg kick there by Jeff Neal. He grabs Ian Gary, drives him back against the fence. And it's 21-21 right now. Little digs into the body there by Jeff Neal. And he's got Ian Gary up against the side of the cage. Ian Gary is trying to find a way out. There's no sign of blood there or anything, so I think Ian Gary is okay in that regard. He's managed to get away from the side of the fence. It's a close round again, you know. I think Ian Gary is just edging this round. I think Jeff Neal edged the first. It's a really close fight, this. Really, really close fight. It's certainly not living up to the odds because the odds had Ian Gary as a pretty healthy favourite, -245. Right, we've got both guys in the centre of the octagon right now. We've got 1 minute 30 left on the clock, and we've got kicks coming in straight down the middle. Another kick coming in there by Ian Gary as Jeff Neal tries to move forwards. Right now we are seeing Ian Gary taking the lead, but it's only by 1. Means that he's up in this round by 4. Jeff Neal has got to find something in this final minute. Crowd again booing away. It's not the most captivating of fights at the moment. And the crowd getting a little bit restless as Jeff Neal continues to move forward. Big knee strike coming in there by Ian Gary. Jeff Neal again continuing to put that pressure on. And he's got Ian Gary back against the cage. Jeff Neal was letting the hands go, but Ian Gary responded with a counter. Jeff Neal again putting that pressure on. Lovely counter right coming back there by Ian Gary. Jab coming in there. Lovely jab by Ian Gary as well. Ian Gary 27-25. 25 seconds as well left to go. They touch gloves. Oh, that was good by Jeff Neal. Really like that by Jeff Neal. Tries to drive Ian Gary back against the cage. Couple of shots getting through. This isn't the position he wants to be in, really, because I think he's down in the rounds. So cage control time is not going to do much for him. End of the round. I think that's an Ian Gary round. I think it's 1-1. Let me know in the chat what you're seeing. How do you think it's going? I think it's 1-1 personally. Everyone takes things literal, said Jordan. I bet they go the distance and Gary wins, even though Neal really took it, said Mason. Is it fair to say they're edging each other? Yes. They are definitely edging each other. That's what I'm watching. Ian Gary is on the outside a lot. You could say that his rimming, he's around the rim of the octagon, so there's a lot of rimming going on. There's a lot of these two edging. That's what I'm watching. I don't even know if I've got the UFC on anymore, to be honest. Okay, a little advert for UFC 300, but not telling us what the main event's going to be. Right, here we go. Round number 3. Okay, we've got Gary again rimming around as Jeff Neal puts that pressure on. He drives Ian Gary up against the cage. And again, the crowd getting a little bit restless. This is clearly part of the game plan, but it's hard to see what it's doing for him because he's not getting anything from this 2 minutes 46 control time. They break away back in the center. Huyon Ko has got it 2018 in favor of Ian Gary. Close fight, says Sean. I think it is close. I've got it 1-1. Neal standing his ground in the center. Jab coming in there by Jeff Neal. Ian Gary circling rounds. Leg kick coming in there by Jeff Neal. Again, these two, little bit of distance between them. They're both in the center. Another leg kick there by Jeff Neal. Couple of shots coming back by Ian Gary. Knee strike to the body there by Ian Gary. And Jeff Neal letting his hands go as Ian Gary circles round. Jeff Neal continuing to put that pressure on. Neal having a look, jabbing to the body as Gary circles round, goes back to the center. Crowd are booing away. Crowd are getting a bit restless here as these two are just trading blows, but not much. Single shots. Jeff Neal tries to jab away there at Gary. Gets him up against the fence. Close round this is going to be, though. Right now, clinch time, 2 minutes 53 for Jeff Neal. 12 seconds for Ian Gary. 2 minutes 50 on the clock. La Surette said it's a close fight. Come on, Ian. Thomas said, hurry up, I need to go to church. Jordan said, Ian will win, but I feel bad. And let Neal get in on a 3-way. Shot coming in there by Ian. Inside leg kick there by Ian as well. Ian Gary is ahead by 3 significant strikes at the moment. Jeff Neal continuing to move forward. We're not seeing anything quite dynamic enough from Jeff Neal. It's all very one-dimensional, predictable. Gary seems to have the read of it as well. There was a knee strike and a hook. Jeff Neal's just sort of plodding his way forwards. It's very easy to read. He's got to get a little bit more adventurous here, and he needs to take a few more risks because I would say that he's down in this fight now. We got 1 minute 50, and he is now 7 significant strikes behind. Jeff Neal has got to pull some out of the bag here. Ian Gary on the outside, oblique kick coming in. Knee to the body there, and Jeff Neal just can't do anything about this. He's just chasing Ian Gary all over the octagon. Ian Gary landing his shots and then getting out of there. Jeff Neal covering up, trying to find a way forwards. He's got Ian Gary backed up against the cage. But Gary steps away, goes into the center. Knee to the body there by Ian Gary. Jab coming in by Ian Gary. And right now it feels like it's going to be 2 rounds to 1 for Ian Gary. I think Ian Gary is going to take the win here. Crowd are really booing now. Crowd are really booing. They want to see more volume from these guys. But all we're seeing is Gary on his bike. Full retreat. But he is now 11 significant strikes ahead. 11 significant strikes ahead. Jeff Neal with Ian Garry driving him back against the fence. And shot coming into the side of the head there by Ian Garry. But 18 seconds left to go. 2-1, Garry. Thank you for bringing that to lights. I no longer care who wins, said King Hoddle. I've lost the will to live. Pensacola said Gary's wife is distracting the judges by telling them to read her book. Right, well, the crowd are booing. I think that's going to be a unanimous win for Ian Garry. And there's actually a bit of respect being shown between the two fighters. So there were some nice moments in this fight by Jeff Neal, but I mean, that gap was just getting wider and wider and wider on the significant strikes. And you can see that there's actually a healthy gap there of 13 significant strikes, 39 to 52. I mean, at the end of the first round, Jeff Neal was up by 3. He ends the fight being down by 13. So, and, you know, he's 3 minutes 46 control time. It's just not going to count for anything. It's going to be interesting to see what Ian Garry says in the post-fight interview. But, of course, our next fight coming up is going to be Whittaker, the former champ, taking on Paulo Costa. And then, of course, after that, our main event, Volkanovski against Topuria. 2 fights left. Both of them are going to be bangers. Both of them are sure to be better than this one. Garry looked like the pressure fighter, says Bisping. Wanted blood, said Vicky May. As much as Garry just outpointed him, Jeff Neal's conservative approach and too much clinching has just swept away his win. Neal could have won this. He just didn't try enough, says Biplop. I've got it 29-28 Garry, but this fight was so close. I wouldn't mind seeing Neal get the win here. Winner by unanimous disappointment, said Mr. Pineapple. Unanimous disappointment. Very much so. I think you've summed up social media's reaction to this result. Let's see if it goes the way we expect, though, as Bruce Buffer has got the judges' scorecards. Oh, 30-27. Garry. 30-27 Garry. 29-28. Neal. 29-28 Neal. Split decision. Ian Garry gets it. Don't get it. I don't understand. 2 judges scored it 30-27 to Ian Garry. Two of the 3 judges saw every round for Ian Garry. 1 judge scored it 29-28 for Jeff Neal. Man, loud boos. I'm winning, said Ian Garry. Keep talking. You're all here and you're watching me. Loud boos for Ian Garry. I tell you what, that 1 judge really hates Ian Garry's wife. Man, it's like Dominic Mysterio is in there. Loud boos for Ian Garry. Ian Garry said that Jeff Neal is a warrior, one of the best in the division. Give us your thoughts as to where you fit in this division. Man, and every time he goes to talk, the crowd just get louder with their boos. Love it. Ian Garry says, you know what I want. I want Colby Covington. Ian Gary said, I'm going to take you up, man. Ian Gary against Colby Covington.
Is that part of your motivation? Joe, I'm 26 years of age. I'm living my dream. I was a kid who what? I was a kid
Ian Gary said, I'm 26 years old. I'm living my dream.
on the rise. He inspired me to be here. I'm living the dream. Whatever you guys say, whatever you think, it means fuck off. I'm here. I'm going to be a world champion whether you guys want it or not.
Ian Gary said, I'm here and I'm going to be a world champion whether you guys want it or not. So loud boos for Ian Gary. Loud boos for Ian Gary. Bianca Belair and Montez Ford. You know that a load of MMA fans just went, who? What? Who are them? But Bianca Belair and Montez Ford in the crowd. There's Tony Ferguson. Bilal Muhammad is in the crowd as well. Chuck Liddell. Big cheer for Chuck Liddell. Can I just say, little to no response for Bianca and Montez. Hey, who are these? God, don't you know the Street Profits? Right, Robert Whittaker. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Karate, and Hapkido black belts. Moving on to our co-main events. 8-2 on Tapology. We can have a quick little look at Tapology. Whittaker versus Costa. Let's go. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We normally try to get to 1,000. That's clearly not happening. But we will still take whatever we can get. So a big shout out, big thank you to everyone that's joined us this evening. We did have technical difficulties. But it's been a fun night, actually. I've really enjoyed it. Maybe not so much that last fight. Strickland and Colby would beat the brakes off Miss Gary, said Johnny. Vicky May said they can't get Gary to a championship. No way they can try, but there's no way, in my opinion. Rivi, shout out to you. Yeah, just nearly about 1,700 people in the chat. Big shout out to everyone that's joining us. Hope you've enjoyed the show so far. Obviously, some massive fights coming up now. Whittaker against Costa. Now, obviously, Whittaker is coming off that loss to Dracus du Plessis. He is coming into this fight as favourite, though. And we were talking about this fight, this matchup earlier. Paulo Costa is someone that has only fought like once in about 3 years. It's really, really hard to get a read as to where he is. He's been so inactive that it's just very difficult to know where his skill set is. He is someone that used to be a problem. He is someone that used to throw bombs. But I've no doubt that he is also someone that I think would have struggled against Whittaker at any stage of his career. The question is, has Whittaker started to show a decline? If Whittaker is declining and Costa has took no punishment, then does Costa stand a chance of getting past the former champion? So Costa can be a little bit plodding, but he is a wrecking machine. He can throw bombs. He could absolutely land on Whittaker and cause massive problems. He's got multiple finishes to his name, Costa. He is going to struggle to land often on Whittaker. Whittaker is, I think what Costa's going to have to do is land something significant that rocks Whittaker and then try and capitalize on that. I think that most of the fight is going to be trying to land. He's going to struggle to land. He might get through with something, but he's probably going to be eating more than he lands. But can he land that big shot that just rocks Whittaker and then presents an opening? Multiple finishes for Costa. The feeling is that he's a bit distracted. He's certainly inactive. And it's very difficult to know where he is now in his MMA journey. A lot of people think that for Costa it's done. It's a done deal. It's over. And maybe that's true. I've got Whittaker winning this fight, but I'm not fully confident in that pick. I think Whittaker's coming in as a minus 220. He's going to have more volume. There are questions about if it's all catching up with him. There's durability questions, but he's got the experience advantage. He's got exceptional fight IQ. He's got good combos. He blitzes down the center when an opening will present itself. He's got excellent body kicks. He's got a wide karate stance. And I don't know. I don't know if Costa's going to be able to take the openings that may present themselves in this fight. Whittaker, if he has got anything about him, should still be able to get the job done here. So I am leaning Whittaker, but not with a great confidence. I'm a lot more confident about Volkanovski in the main event than I am about Whittaker in the co-main event. It's just that Costa's that unknown entity. That's what it is. That's what it comes down to. We've had over 2,000 votes, and I can tell you that 71% of you are saying that Volkanovski is going to get the victory. Volk should get the win in our main events. Obviously, because that last fight went the distance, we're not wasting any time. We've got the ring walks already. Paulo Costa is making his way down to the octagon. A lot of people said they wouldn't believe it until they saw him actually making his way to the octagon. Well, here he is. He's making his way down to the octagon. So, Paulo Costa, what has he been working on? What version of him are we about to see? I certainly don't think that Whittaker losing to Dricus du Plessis last time out is a problem. That guy is the current champion. An excellent fighter as well. So I don't worry so much about that. Here's Costa making his way down. Get in your thoughts. Get in your predictions. Biblob, shout out to you. Kendrick99, shout out to you. Said, is there any predictions on the UFC 300 main event? Well, there's only 2 fights that I can give you. That are the 2 fights that a lot of people are talking about. And that is Leon Edwards against Bilal Muhammad. Or the one that's probably a bit more likely is Dricus du Plessis against Israel Adesanya. And we were talking about this earlier. I don't know how people would feel about those fights because both of those fights could main event any pay-per-view, right? But I mean that in the sense of, like, we could wait for UFC 302, 303. You could put that fight on there. Is it special enough to main event UFC 300? The feeling that I get is that if you announce Izzy and du Plessis, because there's bad blood between them, and because, like, do you remember Izzy getting in and going off at du Plessis, and there's been like some bad blood and words exchanged between the two. I think there's enough heat between them, enough intrigue there for that to be acceptable. But it's not the big dream fight that I think UFC wanted. I think we know that the UFC were looking for something bigger and juicier, something that's going to really get the casual fan attention, you know? The casual fan won't know who du Plessis is. They'll know who Adesanya is, but they won't know who du Plessis is. Or at least I don't believe they would. Because he's obviously only just got the belt. He's just kind of establishing himself as a main eventer. So for me, I would be fine with it. For me, I wouldn't have a problem with that announcement. I would like to see the reaction to it. I'd be very interested to go on social media and see what people were saying about whether they were happy or sad or whatever. I think the truth is, though, that UFC has tried to get a few fights lined up. I think they've all fallen through. We know that they approached John Jones. We know that they tried to get Conor. They wanted to do Conor against Chandler. Like, there's a few fights that they've tried to get sorted, which they've not been able to get sorted. And actually, even Dana said, obviously, that they could do a documentary about like the fiasco that has been sorting the main event for UFC 300. Like the stuff that's gone on that we don't even know about, which hopefully one day we'll find out about. Is just mind-blowing, like how crazy and messy it's all been. So it's one of those where I think we have to accept, I've accepted, that this big juicy dream fight is not coming, right? And I think they go with Izzy and Dricus du Plessis, which, as I said, I think fans would accept, but it's just maybe not worthy of the hype. It's maybe not worthy of like, we're waiting. What is it? The card is stacked. It's an amazing card. I mean, it is absolutely stacked. It's one of those where you're not going to want to miss a single fight. But yeah, I think people are waiting for that special Ronda Rousey return, or Brock Lesnar return, or John Jones, or Conor, or Khabib. I think people are GSP. I think a lot of people are waiting for that, and I don't expect that. But we'll find out, won't we? We will find out, because they said they should have an answer by the end of this week, and a lot of people think that that means they will tell us on this show, and they haven't told us yet. So are we going to find out after this fight? Kendrick, shout out to you. Internet Chief said Costa walking out to Lomachenko's song is funny. I didn't hear. I was chatting away about UFC 300. So Internet Chief, shout out to you, my friends. Right, we are about to get the announcements for this. This is our co-main event of the evening. We have shot up a little bit on the likes. We're at 679 right now. 679. Again, if you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated. As Dr. Butt Toot said earlier, smash that like button. As Paulo Costa is getting his intro. He is 1-2 as a UFC dog. His UFC record is 6 wins and 2 losses. He steps into the center of the octagon. Paulo Costa. I mean, if he could learn pro wrestling, he could step into the pro wrestling world very, very easily. He looks absolutely like $1 billion. He's a good looking guy, is absolutely jacked. He's got a great physique. He would play well in the WWE if his MMA career is done. He could probably make some good money over there. Right, we've got Whittaker then getting his intro. Get your final thoughts in. Who wins? How do they win? We'll be underway with this one very, very soon. Ray said GSP is chasing aliens right now. He's busy. Johnny, shout out to you, my friends. Very unfortunate for Taffer that he got his leg messed up. Yeah, it was brutal, man. Those leg kicks were absolutely devastating. Here we go then. Co-main event time. Whittaker, black shorts. Costa, white shorts. Boom. Costa races into the center. And Whittaker stays on the outside. Outside leg kick there by Whittaker. Jab coming in there by Costa. Costa again edging forward as Whittaker bounces around. Costa taking a couple of steps back and standing his ground in the middle as there's a heavy outside leg kick there by Whittaker. Even heavier kick coming back there by Costa. Costa trying to go upstairs with a head kick, but it was blocked by Whittaker. Leg kick coming back. Mad Max said this fight about to be crazy. Jab coming in there by Costa. Both guys carry some decent power. Certainly Costa. Whittaker is on the outside. Leg kick again. You can see that Whittaker is trying to find an opening, trying to find a way through. Those head kicks coming in by Costa could be a little bit of a problem. He's looking quite good at the moment, Costa, actually. He's ranked 6th in the middleweight division. Whittaker ranked 3rd. Whittaker, again, staying on the outside as Costa stands in the center, throws out a jab and a hook. Costa, again, continuing to just move forwards. He's having a little look at the moment as there's a heavy outside kick there by Costa. Jab coming in there by Costa as well. Whittaker just having a little look, seeing if he can find an opening. He is actually ahead. Those leg kicks really working for him. He's landed 5 leg kicks, Whittaker. That's why he's got the slight advantage at the moment. Costa is looking good, though. He's not looking slow or sloppy. It's a nice right hand there by Costa. Jab coming in there by Whittaker, driving Costa back. Big overhand right by Whittaker. That looked good. Jab coming in, hook shot there as well by Whittaker. Jab coming back by Costa. Heavy outside leg kick by Costa. Inside leg kick by Costa as well. Jab coming in there by Costa. He's well in this fight. Whittaker driving Costa back. It's 14-9 at the moment. 17-9. Whittaker just pulling ahead on the volume. 7 of those 17 significant strikes are leg kicks from Whittaker. Costa is back against the cage as Whittaker is putting the pressure on. He is getting in the face here of Costa. Whittaker, a couple of shots driving Costa back. Low kick there by Whittaker. Whittaker is settling into this fight now. You can tell that he's getting a bit more comfortable. The first minute or two felt quite close. Costa doing some nice things, some nice head kicks from Costa, but they were all blocked. But right now, it feels like Whittaker has just got into a bit more of a groove. Low kick coming in there by Whittaker. Lovely left hand by Whittaker as well. He's just beating Costa to the punch. Inside leg kick there by Costa. 21-10 right now for Whittaker. Jab coming in by Costa. Whittaker having a little look as he comes forward. Jab lands. We got 1 minute. Another jab coming in there by Whittaker. Costa trying to find a way forward as Whittaker explodes forwards. Lovely shots there by Whittaker. It's a bit of damage on the nose and on the face of Whittaker. I don't know if that's going to count against him. We know the judges do like damage, but at the moment it is 24 significant strikes to 14. So Whittaker definitely ahead on the volume front, but looks like some of those shots from Costa have caused a little bit of damage. We know that Whittaker doesn't wear damage well, though. He does tend to kind of show like redness. Hook shot coming in there by Whittaker, and he tries to get a few shots straight down the middle. Jab coming back there by Costa. Whittaker just stepping back a little bit as Costa puts the pressure on. Whittaker having a little look. We've got 12 seconds left in this first round. It's only a 3-rounder, this one. Oh! Wow! Costa rocks Whittaker with a big head kick. Wow! Right at the end of the round. Wow! Spinning kick coming in, going upstairs. Spinning heel kick rocks Whittaker right at the end of the round. Costa comes in and he didn't block it this time. It connects. Wow. Look at that shot. It is right on the button, and Whittaker was rocked. He was rocked. What does that mean? What does that mean? Crowd are booing. There's swelling on the side of the face. We said that Whittaker had took damage. Well, he really took it at the end of that round. What do you reckon? That's a hard round. Does the volume give it to Whittaker, or does that moment at the end give it to Costa? Costa very excited by what happened at the end of the first. Right, here we go. Heavy outside leg kick there by Whittaker. Jab coming in by Whittaker as well. Whittaker standing his ground in the centre. He's showing no signs of a hangover of what just happened at the end of the first. He is clear of mind and aggressive. And he's trying to find a way of taking this fight to Costa. Whittaker gets the round, said Kevin. Costa might have stolen the round, said Paul. Costa did steal the round, said Aaron. Oh my God. People are very, very split as to how that first round just went. It's such a shame as well, because Whittaker had really got himself into a good position. Going upstairs. Kick coming in there by Whittaker this time. Outside leg kick by Costa. It's a really good fight that we've got in our hands here. Jab coming in by Costa. Whittaker backing up a little bit as Costa puts that pressure on. A couple of double jabs coming in there by Whittaker. Whittaker, heavy outside leg kick. Jab coming in there by Whittaker. Jab coming back by Costa. Some really good work here by both guys. The gap is 11 significant strikes. They're both standing in the center at the moment. You can see damage on the nose of Whittaker. I do fear that the damage gave the first round to Costa. We've got Whittaker in the center. Where referee coming in. Is that some, what's that, low blow? Timeout. We've got a timeout. Didn't see what that was for, but there is a timeout here. Eye poke. Referee checking with Whittaker. All right. Thumb to the eye by Costa. Thumb to the eye by Costa. That's why we had the timeout. Right, we are back underway, and Whittaker and Costa are in the middle right now. Round number 2 of a 3-round fight. Heavy low kick coming in there by Whittaker. Oh, lovely work by Whittaker. Big right hand. Follows it with a left. Head kick comes back by Costa, though. But that was nice. Costa, though, chin checked. And he ate it. That was great by Whittaker. Right now he's backing up. Again, hook shot coming in. He's ahead by 11. I got to tell you, Whittaker's face is a mess. It is a mess. Jab coming in by Whittaker. Outside leg kick there by Whittaker as well. He's definitely doing damage to Costa. Costa looks a little bit gassed here. He's getting a lot of success with that right hook, left hook. He's getting a lot of joy with that, Whittaker. He's managed to land it 2 or 3 times in the past minute. They're saying that they think that Costa's struggling a little bit. They think his leg's been chewed up. Costa is saying to Whittaker, bring it. Bring it. Whittaker bouncing around, having a little look at Costa. Whittaker is just staying a little bit out of the way. Jab coming in there by Whittaker. It feels like a Whittaker round, this. I feel like it could be 1-1 after this. Whittaker having a little look. Costa standing his ground in the center. Whittaker has had joy with the right and left. Lovely. He blocked that one. Head kick came in by Costa. So at the moment, not loads happening, but they're both having a little look at each other in the center. Kick to the body by Whittaker. Costa is moving forward. Whittaker just backing up a little bit. Costa with a hook shot, but it falls short. Whittaker, wide stance. Kick coming in, but by Costa. Do you know, when he throws his kicks, they've got such snap on them. Really, really love the snap of those Costa kicks. Lovely shot going upstairs there by Whittaker as Costa edges forward. Kick to the body coming in as well. That gap has widened to 22. So 62 significant strikes to 40. And right now we've got Costa standing his ground in the middle. Heavy outside leg kick there by Whittaker. Costa continuing to put the pressure on Whittaker as we get to the end of round 2. And that, to me, no doubt about it, that was a Whittaker round. One more round left. And I think this is 1-1. Let me know in the chat how you're seeing it, how you're scoring it. Mr. Lee, shout out to you, my friend. Really appreciate the kind words. Great coverage. Enjoying you narrating the fights. Thank you, my friend. It's a pleasure. It's an absolute pleasure. When you've got a card this good, it's just amazing to watch and to hang out with you guys and get your thoughts. Classic CJ said the British accent is what does it for me. Okay, well, you're in the right place. Okay, here we go. Round number 3. Whittaker, Costa. Let's go. This is as good as it gets, says Joe Rogan and John Anik. Okay, here we go then. Round number 3. I think it's 1 round each at the moment. Costa standing his ground in the middle as Whittaker is on the outside. Live odds right now have got Whittaker minus 270. We're seeing a lot of activity here. Low kicks coming in by both competitors. Whittaker on the outside. Kick and a miss there by Costa. Whittaker again trying to find a way forward and throws in a jab. Costa again in the middle, having a little look as he throws in a jab. Whittaker is taking shots. 19-19, said Sean. But I could see it being, yeah, Sean's got it 19-19 as well. Mixing it up very well. Ryan has got it 19-19. Costa in the middle. Whittaker having a little look. Leg kick coming in there by Costa. Whittaker trying to get to a different position. Just explodes into the pocket. Lands a big right hand. Costa with an outside leg kick. We're seeing Costa working these kicks. You've got to think that Costa's cardio is probably failing him about now. I mean, he has got a lot of muscle that he's having to like carry around. And he does look to be a little bit plodding at this stage. He definitely has got his mouth open, sucking in air. Yeah, good work there by Whittaker to check that leg kick by Costa. Right now we've got Whittaker coming forward. That's a lovely left hand there by Whittaker. Costa again having a look. Oh, Whittaker with a big right hand. But he didn't get all of it. He didn't get all of it. Outside leg kick there by Whittaker. We're right in the pocket at the moment. Costa is telling Whittaker to bring it. But right now, Whittaker is not biting. Leg kick there by Whittaker. Jab coming in by Whittaker as well. Kick to the body there by Costa. 2 minutes 40 on the clock. Leg kick coming in by Costa. Costa's working. He's working. He's given a good account of himself. The thought that Costa was done or that he was washed or he doesn't belong at this level now, I think he has given a really good account of himself in this fight. But as it's gone on, he seems to have got more and more tired. Second round Costa was not as effective as first round Costa. Third round Costa, I think he's just emptying what he's got left. But at the moment, it feels like Whittaker, who is ahead by 23 significant strikes and just ahead in round 3. It's 13-12 to Whittaker. in round 3. There is nothing in round 3 at the moment. Couple of jabs coming in there by Whittaker. And again, he gets a couple of shots through. Jab coming back there by Costa. Whittaker on the outside. We got 1 minute 35 on the clock. Don't forget, after this, our main event. Volkanovski defends against Ilja Topuria. Oh, man. Costa tried to go upstairs. He didn't get it. He didn't get it. He went with that spinning heel kick, but it didn't land. Looks like the gap has widened now to nearly 30. So I think Whittaker has had a decent minute or so here. Both guys, their legs are chewed up. Jab coming in there by Whittaker. Final minute of the fight. Final minute of the fight. It feels like it's Whittaker's, but it doesn't feel like it's a million miles away for Costa if he wants it. Whittaker coming in, and Costa backs up a little bit. Whittaker having a little look as there's a heavy outside leg kick. We're seeing Costa edging forward. Whittaker goes to take Costa down, but he didn't commit to a takedown. I thought he was going to go for one there, the way that he sort of went for it, but he didn't commit to it in the end. There's 20 seconds left. I think this is going to be Whittaker. 2 rounds to 1. 10 seconds left to go. 92-59. There we go. He did go for the leg that time, Whittaker. But again, he didn't commit to it. And there we go. End of the fight. I'm fairly confident that's going to be a Whittaker victory. Fairly confident that's going to be a Whittaker victory. And there's even a bit of blood coming down the side of the face of Paulo Costa. He gave a decent account of himself. He really put in the work. But the numbers, I think, speak volumes. Significant strikes, 93-59. Let me know in the chat what you think. 2-1 to Whittaker, said Bitblob. Funky Junkie has got it 3-0 to Whittaker. Justin thinks 2-1 to Costa, though. 29-28 Whittaker, says King Hoddle. We're just seeing some of the highlights from this fight. Now, we are obviously going to find out the result of this. Are we going to find out the main event of UFC 300? They said they would tell us by the end of the week. They still haven't told us. And I can't imagine they'll announce it after the main event. You would think it would be before the main event. So not only have we got the official decision of this fight coming up, have we got the announcement for UFC 300. I was going to say 299, but UFC 300. Will we get the announcement for that? Well, Bruce Buffer is back in the octagon. We'll get the official decision of this one. Whittaker, it was a good fight, said Steve. 29-28, said Jazzy. Right, here we go. Here we go. Judges. 29-28. 29-28. 30-27. It's unanimous. Robert Whittaker gets it. 29-28, 29-28, 30-27. So Whittaker picks up the victory. You had to dig deep. It was a wild fight, says Joe Rogan. Whittaker said Costa is a tough dude. A. Jobson said fight of the night, Whittaker versus Costa. Yeah, maybe. I really enjoyed the Mackenzie Dern fight, you know. I really enjoyed that one. But this was right up there as well. This was a great fight. Certainly better than the Ian Gary Jeff Neal one that we had before. Oh, wow. Robert Whittaker said he wants to make amends with Dricus du Plessis, so that's what he's got his sights set on. Revenge. He said, I hope you guys enjoyed that. Robert Whittaker getting the victory. Volkanovski says... Okay, here we go. Main event time. But are we going to get that announcement? Let's just quickly look at Tapology whilst we're waiting. J14 is first at the moment. True Blowjob Gaming is third. Houdini 199X is second, and J14 is currently in first place. So if you are in and around that top 10, well done at the moment. We got one more fight to go. Justin Gaethje is in the crowd. Sean O'Malley is in the crowd. Right, UFC 5. We are just waiting to find out. UFC 5 on sale now. There is Volkanovski backstage. 5 successful title defenses for him. His 9th straight UFC championship fight. And there is Ilja Topuria, a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. Obviously representing Georgia. There's going to be crazy support for Topuria. Fantastic fighter. But he's just got to get past one of the best in the world right now. And for many people, the greatest featherweight champion we've ever had. So it's going to be a tall task. We've gone to commercial break. There's been no announcement for 300. Don't know if it's still coming, but there's been no announcement for 300 at this stage. The UFC 300 is supposed to be announced on the post-fight press conference, says Jordan. Yeah, I didn't believe it, to be honest. It seems like a weird place to announce it. If you've got a juicy fight and you've got a big show like this, you would think that they would announce it on here. So I know he did say that, but I don't believe him. I don't think many people did, to be honest. If you've got a big juicy fight, a big main event fight for UFC 300, and you've already got it decided to the point where you can announce it on the post-fight press conference, why would you not make a video package and announce it on the show? You're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong, but it didn't stop me from still expecting something. Okay, Volkanovski, Topuria. I am waiting on Volk now to come and do the business, says Macca Rice. I think Volk will get it done. I can tell you that we've been doing a poll all night. 71% of you have gone with Volkanovski. 29% of you have gone with Ilja Topuria. And now I think we're going to the video packages, so... Boom. Right. Because of Aldo's run in WEC before UFC, he is still the featherweight GOAT, says Mr. Unfamiliar. What are your predictions for the UFC main event? Let's hear them, says TNT Artistic Movement. Yeah. Feel free to put them in the chat right now. Feel free to put them in the chat as to what you think that it's going to be. I'm still leaning to Adesanya against du Plessis. J-Law, shout out to you. Big juicy fight to match Daisy's big juicy beard, said Benjamin. Benjamin, shout out to you. Right, we are just getting the video package for our main event. Feel free to put in the chat who you think wins and how they're going to win. Who wins and how are they going to do it? We are at 7, 8, 9. If you are watching and you've not left a like, we're at nearly 2,000 people watching. So if you are joining us and you are enjoying the coverage, if you're excited for this main event, leave a like as we are edging our way. We are edging our way towards 1,000 likes. Pastor Catcher said, I believe Mighty Mouse is the greatest featherweight champ. Volk is amazing, but he's not reached the level of defenses of Mighty Mouse. SoCal said, Dana has been so overhyping the 300 main event, we can't help but be disappointed. Alex versus Hasbulla at UFC 300, said Savage Dabber. Robbo thinks Volk by knockout. Cody said Volk by chicken nugget. Vanny said let's go. Volk round 1 by knockout, said random videos. Nathan said Volk round 3 win, knockout or technical knockout. Avico is cheering on Georgia. Nagzula, shout out to you. Daniel said they still haven't got a main event. Avico cheering on Georgia. Loud and proud. Rivi thinks Topuria by 3rd round sub. Alonso said hopefully Topuria can be effective as his big mouth. That's true. He certainly has had plenty of talking. And I mean, I think that part of that is him just getting fired up for this, you know. Volkanovski has been there. He's done it. This to him is another fight. But for Topuria, this is everything. And he's getting this opportunity quite quick. I mean, he is 6-0. But if you look at his records, it's not a killer's row of people that he's beaten. There is, I think, a very fair question as to whether he can hang at this level, right? It's not like he's worked his way through the top 10 to get this opportunity. Certainly don't begrudge him this opportunity. I'm very excited by this fight. Very excited. It's going to be an absolute banger. Topuria is a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. He's got a stiff jab. He is younger by 8 years. He's got incredible boxing. He has got multiple first-round finishes. He's an intelligent grappler. Muay Thai with heavy combos. And they are devastating combos when they land. He can plod a little bit. He throws kicks, but they're not as varied as what we just saw from, say, Costa. You're not going to be seeing like head kicks coming out of Ilja Topuria. But he is making his way out. Ilja Topuria making his way out into the arena. Volkanovski, I mean, he is all about work rate. He is all about crazy volume. He is the more experienced fighter. He's got great fight IQ. He's able to make adjustments during fights. And honestly, Topuria's got a real challenge if he wants to get that featherweight championship. I think Volkanovski does it. But Topuria definitely has a very good chance. No Man Alive should continue without smashing that like button. Thank you, my friend. Thomas, shout out to you. Robbie still won't be champ again, though. Sorry, the game has surpassed his skills. Lance said Chicken McNuggets for the win. Jerry said Volk, let's go. Vanny said it's going to be the start of a new era. Jacob said it's going to be CM Punk against Forrest Griffin. Let's go. CM Punk wins and Forrest Griffin can like jog off. Get up and just jog away. Let's go. Dream match. Right, so Topuria is made his way down. Do you know what's a shame, just thinking about Forrest Griffin? It's a real shame that Stephan Bonner's no longer with us, because definitely feels like that fight between those two was absolutely critical and pivotal. You know, even Dana said that that fight is the fight that really made UFC, the Stephan Bonner against Forrest Griffin fight. So, you know, it'd be great to have seen actually both of them at UFC 300. Be great to see Anderson Silva and UFC 300 and just like Conor be there and just get everyone in, you know. Ilja Topuria is inside the octagon then. Third longest active win streak. But no, man, alive, Thomas. Appreciate it, my friends. Well, I tell you, we've done better than I thought. We had real bad technical problems earlier, which thankfully my phone is quite an eye-opener. I did not realize that the internet on my phone, we've streamed on my phone. I didn't realize that it was this reliable. So we've learned something tonight, but yeah, we had a few technical problems. So I wasn't expecting it to be what it is, to be honest. So a big thank you to everyone that has joined us. Enjoyed the action tonight. As Volkanovski gets a great reaction. Volkanovski coming out to his usual song. That's all, Volks, said Ryan. Let's go, Volks, said Uveros. Funky said it'd be cool to see Brock Lesnar at UFC 300. Dad24 said it'd be great to see Nick Diaz. Here is Volk with a big smile on his face, and he's coming out with that Australian flag. He is so confident. He's been here, he's done it, he loves fighting. He's constantly asking for another fight. There was a thought of if Volk was to get the win and get the win quite quick, like if this was just going to be them banging and like going at each other and he gets like a first round finish, catches Topuria. I wonder if he could turn around in a couple of months to get back and main event UFC 300. I really, really wouldn't put it past him. I haven't heard him actually comment on it, but he's always wanting to fight. And one of two Australian champions, along with Whittaker, of course. So Volkanovski has made his way down. He's just seen his fellow countryman pick up a victory in the co-main. Is that Mark Zuckerberg? It is, isn't it? Mark Zuckerberg has come out with Volkanovski. He just looks a bit awkward, man. So Mark Zuckerberg is there. He's come down with Volkanovski. There's like tracksuit and trainers and everything being passed around. He's like, do you want me to have that? And they're like, no. He's like, okay. Do you want me to have that? And I'm like, no, all right. And he keeps putting his hand out like, I'll take that if you're not. No. You just stand there. You're not actually part of the team. But yeah, well, there we go. I come from a land down under, says Ran. Yes. But he's a lizard, said Uncle Jim too. So Volkanovski gives one of them to his corner, and Mark Zuckerberg gives one back as well. It reminds me a little bit of that. Was his name Dupois? Was it? Have you ever seen the film Foxcatcher? If you've never seen the film Foxcatcher, you need to watch it. It's absolutely incredible. There's a documentary on it. There's a film on it, and it's all about It's all about that guy that was rich, who loved wrestling, like Olympic wrestling, amateur wrestling, and he actually got the like US men's team to like train at his place. He built like a complex and everything, and he actually thought that he could wrestle, and he actually thought he could teach them things. Like he was just deluded, and it's incredible. It's incredible. The film's incredible. You have to watch it. So I'm getting those vibes from Mark Zuckerberg. He's kind of coming down in the tracksuit. He's like, do you want me to hold this? And like Volk's giving one of them and he's giving one back. I don't feel like we're that far away from him being in the corner and giving him advice in between the rounds, you know? Right, you're dropping your hands too low. You're dropping your hand. You've got to keep your hands up, yeah? Come on, Volk, you're better than this. Do what we worked on, Volk. Do you remember when we had our Meta Quest VR headsets on, and we were in the metaverse, and I was showing you stuff on the mats? You need to put it into practice, Volk. Oh, it's weird, isn't it? It's weird. What money can buy you? Right. I know that he does have like a martial arts background. I do appreciate that. For all you Mark Zuckerberg fans out there. But this is different gravy. Right, main event time. Classic CJ, shout out to you. Armin, shout out to you, my friends. Right, Bruce Buffer doing Bruce Buffer things as we're about to get underway with our main events. 5 rounds of action, potentially. Alright, let's go, man. Let's go. This is going to be sick. I don't expect this to go the distance. It's time! Volkanovski pacing around, staring over at Ilja Topuria. Of course, Volkanovski has been labelled an old man. He leaned into that at the press conference when he showed up wearing old man attire. Loud boos for Topuria, you know, which is quite surprising considering the amount of Georgians that's in the crowd. We saw Marab get really good support, so I thought Topuria would be all right, but loud boos for him. Crowd very much with Volkanovski for this. Ilja Topuria then getting his intro. Popey said it's time. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. John said, let's talk about someone whose skills just keep getting better. Bruce Buffer. Yeah, man. He's timeless, isn't he? Can you imagine UFC without Bruce Buffer? I'll stop watching. Right. Volkanovski getting his intro then, and we're about to be underway with this main event of the evening. We can end the poll. We've had nearly 3,000 votes. 72% of you have gone with Volkanovski. So we can end that now as the actual fight is about to begin. Right, here we go. Both fighters coming into the center. They touch gloves. Volk is pretty fired up here. I think Bisping just said he was never more hyped for a fight. Here we go then. Volkanovski in black shorts, Topuria in red. We can go 5 rounds. I doubt we get that far. Head kick coming in already there by Volkanovski. Couple of shots coming in straight down the middle by Topuria. Topuria ranked 3rd in the featherweight division. Volk is the champ as he throws in a kick to the midsection, kick to the legs as well. Topuria is in the center of the octagon as Volk continues to circle round. Looks like there's a bit of a nick on the leg of Topuria. If it is, then Volk might get some joy in like opening that up a little bit. Kick coming in there by Volk, but it just falls short as he continues to circle round on the outside. And Topuria trying to throw in a right hand jab coming back there by Volk. Volk again in the center, Topuria. Kick coming into the body. And another kick coming in. I mean, also, Topuria is just like a punching bag here. Volk is just throwing in kicks, throwing in shots. All Topuria can do is just cover up. He's trying to find an opening, but whilst he's finding that opening, he's falling further behind. Already it is 8-1 on significant strikes. It's just constant volume, constant output, which is absolutely what we expected from Volkanovski. Outside leg kick there by Topuria actually threw Volkanovski off balance. So that leg kick getting through by Topuria. Both guys in the center right now. Another leg kick there by Topuria. Volkanovski throwing in a jab as he is circling round. Nice inside leg kick, but a jab coming in by Topuria. Not seen anything of significance, really. It's just volume at the moment by Volkanovski. Topuria. Ooh! That looked pretty good by Topuria. That's right hand. Volkanovski is, again, though, right back at it and using that lateral movement. So we are seeing Volkanovski trying to move around and find a different angle. Topuria coming forward. There's a lovely hook shot in there from Topuria. Jab coming in there as well by Topuria. It's closed. The gap has closed. I think Volkanovski has definitely been given something to think about. There's a leg kick that comes in there by Volk. Kick coming into the body as well. Jab coming in there by Volk. And again. Topuria. Oh, trying to go upstairs. And Topuria gets a couple of shots off. Topuria's doing all right here, you know. He's really hanging with Volk, and Volk's volume has slowed down. So we've seen a real shift in this. I mean, it was like 8-1. Now it's 13-12. So Topuria has really dragged himself back into the fight. And we're just not seeing the volume from Volk that we was in the early stages of the round. I think that some of the shots that he's eaten has meant that he really respects the power that Topuria is carrying. Yeah, that's that right hand in particular. There's a jab that comes back by Volk. Inside leg kick there by Volk as well. Outside leg kick by Volk. He's trying to turn that volume up again. So it's 17-13 now in favor of Volkanovski. Tries to throw in a jab, but it falls short. Topuria edging forward. Outside leg kick there by Volk. And Topuria looked like he was looking for a takedown, but Volk was out of there. Volk looked like he was going for a takedown. We're in the clinch. Muay Thai. Knee strikes coming in by Volk. Jabs coming in by Volk as well. Right in the center of the octagon. Kick coming into the body. Shot coming back there by Topuria. It's fascinating. It's like chess. It's really, really fascinating. Kick coming in there by Volkanovski. Topuria standing his ground in the center. Volk staying on the outside. He steps into the middle. And Volk goes to his corner. I think that's Volk round. It's 20 significant strikes to 15. So 20 significant strikes to 15. I think it's a Volk round, but Topuria did an excellent job of getting himself back into the fight. Volk was all volume. I think he felt a couple of shots from Topuria. The volume seemed to fall away as he was then being a bit more calculated, not leaving himself as open. Topuria then took advantage of that. And as we said, Volk is excellent at making changes during fights. So I think then he knew he had to up the volume again, and he did right at the end of the round, which meant that we've ended 20 to 15. So it's a real contest. Jay has got it 1-0 Volk. O'Neill has got it 1-0 Volk, but Jobson's got it 10-9 Topuria. Right, round 2. Here we go. Both fighters coming into the center. Topuria in red, Volkanovski in black. Kick coming into the body there by Volk. And we didn't hear what the corners said, but we know that Volk is excellent at reading his opponents. I think he will have a good read by now. Live DraftKings odds have got it -115, -115. Topuria letting his hands go a little bit more. Volk gets out the way. But, you know, as good as Volk is, Topuria can read opponents as well. Aaron has got it 10-9 to Topuria, but Kevin has got it 10-9 to Volkanovski. Paul has got it 10-9 to Topuria as Volk continues to move round. Hayana says Volk is doing Volk things, so we had 4 tweets shown on screen. 2 for Volk, 2 for Ilja Topuria. How have the judges scored that first round? Lovely shot coming in there by Topuria. Knee to the body, though, by Volkanovski. Topuria, again, trying to move forward as Volk. Again, that's a lovely right hand by Volk. Couple of jabs coming in there by Volkanovski. Volkanovski again throwing out that left-hand jab. And he teased that he was going for a leg kick, but he goes to the body instead. The right hand is thrown by Topuria, but he couldn't land it. Topuria moving forward. Volk staying on the outsides. We got just over 3 minutes to go here as Topuria continues to put that pressure on. Jab coming in there by Topuria. Jab coming back by Volkanovski. Hookshot just misses. Islam Makhachev says 1-0 to Volkanovski. Topuria again moving forward. Heavy outside leg kick there by Topuria. Volkanovski is having a little look. He's not been able to really throw anything for a moment here. Topuria is doing a really good job of just keeping Volk busy. He's throwing out jabs. He's giving him something to think about. There also looks to be a little bit of damage on the nose of Ilja Topuria. Kick coming into the body, and again there by Volkanovski. Topuria edging forwards. He's done well. He tries to get a few shots off, but they're scrappy. Jab coming in there by Volkanovski. Volkanovski backing up a little bit as Topuria stands his ground. Jab coming in there by Topuria. Outside leg kick there by Topuria as Volkanovski stands in the center. And we've got Topuria trying to find a way forward. The gap is 9 significant strikes. That would suggest that Volk has landed more in this round. The gap at the end of the first was 5. Topuria is moving forward. Outside leg kick there by Volk. We got 1 minute 40 odds on the clock. Topuria in the center. Kick coming into the body. Jab coming in there by Volkanovski. Topuria moving forward. Lovely work by Topuria. Oh, Volk goes down. Oh, Topuria wins. Topuria wins. He catches Volkanovski. Volkanovski goes down. Oh my God, Volkanovski has lost. Topuria wins! California is stunned! Scenes in Anaheim! Wow, Volkanovski is dazed and down. Absolute scenes! Wow! Wow! And new featherweight champion of the world! It's done. It's over. So it's a body shot, a hook shot. Oh, it's that one. It's that hook there. There's a flurry of shot. He gets him with a body shot. He gets him with a shot. But it's the hook there. There's a hook shot that is absolutely on the button. Beautiful hook shot by Ilja Topuria. Body shot, hook shot. Yeah, wow. 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 I mean, he just gets caught. He just gets caught. And it was right in front of Mark Zuckerberg as well. And he's gutted. Zuckers is gutted. Yeah, I mean, he goes to the body. He throws a hook shot that gets sort of blocked. And there's another shot that's a bit scrappy, but there's this hook shot that just absolutely catches Volkanovski flush. Wow, he's going to be gutted. He's going to be gutted. He just got caught. He just got caught. But that's how it goes. Wow. Georgia is going to be absolutely flipping bouncing. These two embrace each other. So Volkanovski is back up on his feet. So Topuria's family has come into the octagon. Grandpa is taking a nap, said Dad 2-4. Volk is aging. Rivy said, I called it. I called the third round. Ilya just knocked out Volkanovski in round 2. Wow. Wow. Ilja Topuria picks up the victory. He is the new featherweight champion. I mean, there's bound to be a rematch. There's a few marks and bruises, and I can't see a rematch being for UFC 300. But I've no doubt that Volkanovski is going to want to run this back. Wow. It really is a changing of the guard. If you look at all the champions. He's gutted. Volk is gutted. He goes over to Topuria. Ugh. This one ain't going to feel good, is it? By knockout as well. And new Ilja Topuria has done it. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. It's going to be really interesting to see what he's got to say. Really interesting. I mean, said, are you streaming on Sunday night? We may do. I don't know. Yeah, it depends what my internet's like. Okay. You called it. You envisioned it. Can't even say the words. He is the 5th undisputed featherweight champion. So Ilya Topuria said the only person that you need to back in this life is yourself, and he backed himself and got the job done.
About this fight that made you believe you would put him away in the second round? I just know my skills, Joe. I will show.
Ilya Topuria said, I just know my skills. I know how hard I work.
One day I will become a UFC World Champion. So, guys, it doesn't matter where you come from, where you're going. It's much more important what's in front of you than what's behind you.
It's much more important what's in front of you than what's behind you, says Ilya Topuria. He's quite humble. Amazing. Amazing. That's new age BS, said Vicky May. Volk made 750,000. He lost nothing. He is the one that's having the last laugh, says RP. Kevin said Volk came back too soon after the head kick knockout. Now Max can get the title back. Oh my God. Oh my God. Max Holloway back in the mix. You better not lose at UFC 300. I suppose it doesn't matter because that's a different weight class, isn't it? So Joe Rogan said it was an honor to call your fight. He calls out Conor McGregor. So Ilya Topuria just called out Conor McGregor. Oh, you know that Conor will fancy that. Crack at a title. He won't get down to that weight. He'll probably do whatever he can, though. Oh, here's Volk. We knew he had power in his hands. We knew we had to be careful of that. He's a hard hitter. I've been champ for a long time. Maybe we should rematch over there in Spain. So Volk's up for the Spain rematch. Oh, wow. There's not much of a conversation with Volkanovski. That's it. Oh, he's gutted, though.
Well, certainly, if any former champion is worthy of an immediate rematch after losing his title, it is Alexander Volkanovski. And if you aren't sure...
So, Ilya Topuria is going to be leaving the octagon as the new champion. Wow. Volk was putting up a great fight, but congratulations to Topuria. He said it, and he achieved it. Conor won't go that low. How many kgs is he now? I haven't seen him, to be honest. He won't get down to that. You've got to think that he's tempted, though. There ain't too many title opportunities being presented to him. But they'll do the rematch, won't they? So Bisping said that he thinks that Ilya lost round one, but he was comfortable. Yeah, amazing. Amazing. Is he first now, Volk? It's a real changing of the guard, isn't it? It's a real change. It's really weird. It's a real changing of the guard. Everything's kind of like switching up. So we didn't think it would go 5 rounds. I must admit, I'm quite surprised it's ended in the second. But so yeah, Joe Rogan said there's no doubt that the fighters of today are the greatest fighters of all time. I can't believe that Volkov said, Bob, Too many knocks on Volk. It's taken a toll, says Bill Tong. It's all Zuckerberg's fault. Yes! You're right. You're right. So we're just seeing Topuria in the octagon with his family and friends. Topuria is the truth. Why did you take that Islam Makhachev fight, Volk? Why? Sean O'Malley will avenge Volk, says Jay. The Zuckerberg curse. David, shout out to you. Doug, shout out to you, says Father Time. Nick's blaming Zuckerberg. Justin said Volk left his chin out way too much. Yep. And credit to Topuria for finding it. Robbie Fox said, my God, Topuria did it. Exactly what he said he would do. Amazing. Incredible. What an evening. A really, really fun pay-per-view, to be honest. A really, really fun pay-per-view. A stacked offering. A juicy main event. A new champion. Some really good fights as well. Some finishes. Some interesting decisions. It's been stacked. Now, are we going to find out at the press conference what the main event is? If we are, it's probably not a good sign that it's something banging.
But Ilja Topuria, most of his words prove prophetic, right? Doesn't have to change the Instagram bio that already says he's the undisputed UFC Featherweight Champion. And the one thing he said ad nauseum, speed and power.
Well, there we go. People are leaving the arena and the show is coming to a close. Right, let's have a look, shall we? And see where we are with Tapology. And then we will wrap this baby up. So let's go over to Tapology. Mohammed, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the kind words. Stephen, shout out to you. So here we are with the final standings. So we'll do the top 10. In 10th place, James Chadwick. Shout out to you, bud. Very good. In 9th is Odd Smoker Steve. 8th is Popper Chuck. 6th is Rivi004. And also in 6th is True Blowjob Gaming. 5 is AWS88. 4th is Obama P4P. 3 is Tempso9. 2nd is J14, just falling short. But in number 1, Houdini199X. Well done to Houdini199X. Excellent, excellent work as UFC 298 comes to a close. Right, we are done. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate the support as always. We got there in the end. And yeah, a really, really fun evening. Really enjoyed it. I hope you did as well. Well done to Ilja Topuria. We've got a new UFC Featherweight Champion, and I'm sure Volkanovski will get his rematch, and that is sure to be another banger. Thanks for watching. Appreciate the support. Bye for now.